Still comes on that 12, so it's not long to go now. So it's at 12 o'clock, so just still 5 minutes, about 6. I would have preferred 10 p.m. me out. I do get it because of the time difference. You're a good few hours in behind us, you see. I think Mexico, I think that would be what Mexico, I think they're about 7 hours behind. And my son joins, they're 8 hours behind, I do know that. Mexico's not far from there. So that'll be 6 or 7 hours behind us. Shouldn't be that long. Minutes, so. Bloody hell, that was a shock when I saw that. Brazil. What's it, 2-1? We got beat 2-1 by now, haven't we? That was a shock. You went long ago and I did as well. Didn't know. Did not know anything about it. Yeah, minutes. Yeah, 12 o'clock, yeah. Here we go.
1. BBC One Unruly. MOTG Live. Mexico v England. 0 to 3:30. DTV Terrestrial. Volume 11.
Was a big year for football. The Estadio at 2-0, but Mexico have never lost at the Azteca in 10 World Cup matches. England's last game here was 40 years ago when Diego Maradona had a helping hand from an unexpected source. This is an historic and spectacular setting, and a place in the quarter-finals is at stake. France and Morocco already through to the quarters. They'll meet in Boston on Thursday. Norway beat Brazil earlier. Late goals from Erling Haaland in that one. They will face England if they make it through tonight. You will be aware that there was talk on Friday of maybe moving the kickoff to a little bit earlier in case of thunderstorms. But as things stand, it looks, despite some heavy rain and despite some rumoured storms in the vicinity, as though we are, as things stand, kicking off on time. Good morning, Joe Hart, Micah Richards and Wayne Rooney are seeing us through to the early hours, which they have previous for. Let's take a look then at the England team, their preparations for altitude, reportedly helping them stay up all night too. Goalkeeper Jordan Pickford makes his 70th World Cup appearance, equalling the England record set by Peter Shilton. Joel Kwanzaa has recovered from an ankle injury to fill the problematic right-back spot. He replaces Jed Spence, who's got a slight muscle issue. Declan Rice starts despite a neural problem that's been causing him back and hamstring pain. A couple of changes on the wings as well. Saka and Gordon come in for Maguire and Rashford. Harry Kane, of course, leads the line. He's got 72 goals for club and country since last August, including 5 at this tournament. Let's hear from him.
Well, Harry, England versus Mexico at the iconic Azteca. I imagine these are the kind of games and stadiums that as a young boy you dreamt of playing in.
Yeah, 100%. This is as big as it gets in a World Cup situation. So obviously, yeah, a massive game against a tough opponent away from home. So yeah, look, we're ready. We're prepared well. I think the lads just can't wait to get out there now.
It's intense. It's hostile out there. What's been the response and the reaction to you from the Mexico fans?
It's actually been good, to be honest. Everywhere we've gone, there's been loads of support. Obviously, some most against us, but still some support for us. But everyone's been good spirits. I think they're excited for the game. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's been hostile at all. I think it's just a great occasion. You know, England coming to Mexico in a World Cup knockout game, so they're excited for it. It's going to be a great occasion. Storms
have obviously been an issue today, but the altitude as well. You've been here 48 hours now. You've trained. How's it impacting you?
Yeah, so far so good. I haven't really felt it. Slept well both nights and trained well yesterday. I thought the whole team looked good, looked sharp. Obviously, we're going to have to see as the game progresses whether it has an impact. But I think it's one of those things. You know, I said after the last knockout, we just have to deal with it. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not an excuse. We're still backing ourselves against a good side, so we just have to go out there and prove that.
What sort of approach should we expect from England today, and how important could the opening 20 minutes be?
Yeah, similar to how we want to play. Front foot, we want to be on the ball, we want to be the team creating chances, attacking. But yeah, maybe a little different to all the high pressure that we like to do because of the altitude, but we'll have to see how the game progresses. Obviously, we know they're going to want to start strong with the fans behind them. The first 20 minutes is important to be calm, but ultimately it's a chance for us in that moment to try and quieten the crowd. So that's what we're going to try and do.
So let's say how.
So Harry Kane saying it might be a little different for England today. Thomas Tuchel has said repeatedly, we'll see the best of England when we get to the latter stages of the tournament. What does that look like? How is that different from how they've been so far?
Yeah, I think England can certainly play better than what they've played, but they've done the job. They've got to the last 16. I think tonight will be a more difficult game. But I actually think the conditions will help England.
Well, you say that. We have breaking news, which is that kickoff, having told you about 30 seconds ago, was about to get underway as planned, looks like it's going to be delayed by an hour. So kickoff will be at 2 a.m. UK time. You'll remember that there was the opportunity to move this to 12 o'clock local time, 7 p.m. UK time. And England and Mexico were unhappy about that in terms of how it disrupted their preparations. Now their preparations are going to be disrupted by at least a 1-hour delay. That's where we are. Stay with us. So look, we need to look at what England are going to do in this game when it eventually does get underway. and what they're going to be doing in the meantime. I'm sure we'll get word from inside the England dressing room and from everybody who's inside the stadium as to what they're going to do. There is a disruption to their schedule.
That's even worse.
It's the same for both sides. Do you think that could have a material effect on what happens in the game?
It's just keeping your focus, I think. Obviously, when you prepare for a game, you expect it to be the time which you're given, but obviously, with conditions, it's not. So just keeping your focus, not getting too caught up with it. And I think the players are professional enough. They've got obviously good people around them, so I don't think it will affect them that much. But the one thing for me where it would affect me is in terms of the food.
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
Because you eat your food. I used to eat my food 3 hours before kick-off, so but they'll have the snacks, they'll have the right stuff there to keep that ticking over.
And I'll know that this potentially was coming, so the nutritionists would have looked at that.
Yeah, definitely, but I think I agree with Wayne there on the nutrition side of things. For me, because I was fast twitch and high intensity runs, so up and down, I would always make sure 3 hours before I got exactly what I needed. So to be delayed and now it won't have too much, but maybe towards the end of the game, you might just need a little bit of a top up. But psychologically, these guys will be ready. There's been so much talk, haven't there, about altitude or, you know, people at the hotel, whatever that may be. But these guys are ready for this.
That's why we're here, because I think those sort of conversations are so important. Since I've not become a player, like the conversations around altitude, how it would change, what would we think? We just heard Harry Kane speak. We just heard how relaxed he was, how much he understood that, yeah, it might come into it, but we're prepared for anything. We've just seen how the boys have walked into the dressing room. They're calm, they're prepared. Their whole life at this moment in time is around this game tonight. They'll be so cool, they'll be so understanding, there'll be so many things in place for this eventual weather delay. They'll be absolutely.
But I think the weather. I was just about to say that, but I think the weather conditions will help England in this game. Because I think I think in previous games they've been too open and they're chasing a lot and trying to press high, but they're not connected. They haven't been connected. So I think with the weather conditions and with the altitude, I'd imagine Thomas Tuchel will be saying, right, we need to be connected as a group. We need to, not be chasing all over the place because Maxwell will look to start the game fast. So I actually think it'll work the other way and it'll benefit England.
Let's take a look inside the stadium then, and we can join Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer. How is it for you? Are you in the dry? Are you safe from any potential thunderstorms or lightning strikes?
We're fine, thank you, Kelly. Yeah, we're getting dripped on. There's a big leak in the roof, but that's all we've got to concern ourselves with just at the moment. I think Wayne's right, Alan, isn't he? It's really cool this evening, so when the game does get underway, it's good for England. Well, that's why we've got our jackets on. It's only, what, I don't know, 14, 15 degrees. It's been pouring rain for the last 2 or 3 hours, so the pitch should be perfect. And yeah, I bet the players are absolutely fed up of hearing people talking about altitude and whatever. They just want to get out there and play. I guess it'll be a little bit frustrating, but in terms of mentality, it won't affect them too much. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Not that I can remember, no. I just think you've got to get on with it. It's the same for both teams. Not ideal, but hey, put up with it, get on with it. Yeah, I think that's the message generally, isn't it? But it's fine. It's still overcast. It's still raining a little, but we haven't heard a clap of thunder for a while, so just keeping everything crossed, really.
Thank you very much, Gary. And I'm sure we'll be back with you again. We've got an extra hour to fill, so I'd imagine we'll be chatting to you. I just want to come back to the point that you made, though, Joe, about the fact that the players can be quite relaxed. They're not sitting there trying to work out what happens, what they need to eat next, where they need to be, what stage of their training they need to be. They're being given all of that information. They don't need, really, to think too much about it.
That's the beauty of being an elite player. You've just got to be really good at football. That's it. You manage that, you take care of that, and these England sides, the FA, they take care of everything else. Your sleep, your nutrition, all these sorts of patterns, getting to the game, to and from the game. You don't have to worry about any of it. You just wait for the information, and you're ready to take care of business when you need it. What are you laughing at?
He's talking about what does have to take care of your sleep?
You know what I mean? We're at the right time. Come on.
Listen, this is going back to the physio in Frank Lampard, isn't it? When he used to rub his feet to
Well,
get into
to be
sleep.
fair-
And that caused a lot of
Well, to
controversy.
be fair, I think I used to keep Harty up a few times. On the hairdryer, so.
I told you you both had previous for keeping people up till early in the morning.
What is a hairdryer story?
Oh, it's been out there.
Well, we've got an hour to
We're in a hotel by myself. I sleep with the hairdryer on, and Harty used to room next to me when we were with England, and he'd know when I was asleep because he'd hear the hairdryer going off.
So I didn't know him that well. I thought he was hoovering.
Just trying to be really
What is
helpful.
going on?
details about the altitude and the intricacies of how it might affect the players, but we've all heard so much talk about the conditions. So just to settle it, we went out and got hold of an altitude expert. Here's Nick Hart.
So tonight, England will be playing at the Azteca Stadium in Mexico City, which is at 2,240 metres high. This means that the England players will be playing in an altitude environment where the percentage of oxygen in the air that they're breathing is reduced. Oxygen percentage at sea level is 20.9%, and at the Azteca it's 15.9%. So the players will be taking in a significantly reduced amount of oxygen. This means there's going to be less oxygen going to their muscles, less oxygen going to their brains, and things like repeated sprintability and decision making will all be impaired, with things like heart rate, breathing rate, and RPE, or how hard exercise feels, rising significantly. This is because the players just haven't had the time to acclimatise due to the schedule they've had around this World Cup.
Although I believe from extensive Googling that when it's raining there is more oxygen in the air and that can counter affect the effects of the altitude. I mean, again, not an expert. Wembley at 44 metres above sea level. The Hawthorns, which is the highest ground in the UK, or the highest ground in England rather, 168 metres. Ben Nevis, the highest peak in the United Kingdom at 1,345 metres above sea level. The Azteca is at 2,240 metres above sea level, obviously not on a podium spinning at the top of it, and that is 1,114 Dan Burns, and even he couldn't jump that high. So there's a long way up to go, and we know that it will have some kind of effect. Interestingly, and I say interestingly, and I don't think Wayne agrees with that description of this, but you've been talking about the ball at this World Cup and how it's affecting goalkeepers, particularly from long range. And there is an effect on the ball at higher altitude where it can move faster through the air and be even more deceptive.
100%, and I experienced it when I was on the bench in the World Cup, in the England-Germany game in Bloemfontein. Before the game, honestly, the strikes that were coming in, it was absolutely frightening. But one thing that, to counter that, it's not just moaning as a goalkeeper, I think it was hard for the strikers as well.
Well, in South Africa, when the ball would come in, you go to head in now, and it would divert off, so it definitely will have an impact on the flight of the ball.
But what's it like playing though at altitude though? Because we've been talking about it for so long. I never did. You two played and that. What is actually in terms of maybe running and breathing, getting your second wind, all those sort of things?
I could sit here and use it as an excuse for the performance, but I've got it. But I didn't find it difficult at all, really.
I don't remember much talk about it, honestly. No. I was in a squad, I was third choice goalkeeper, but like there was obviously the same sort of commotion around it, but inside the team it wasn't felt, it really wasn't.
And of course they have so much preparation, they have all the facts and figures at hand, and they'll be doing everything that they can to mitigate it. We did see as well the other night that the hydration breaks really helped England in that game against DR Congo. Just wonder if that might be something that would work in their favour if they are trying to get just as much recovery time into their performances as they possibly can.
I think the first one's the most important, not necessarily for the altitude, but just have that little chat when they have the conversation when they come in, because they don't know at the moment. They don't know how Mexico are going to start, they don't know how England are going to start. But those first 22, 23 minutes, they can navigate them. I think a conversation with the manager from there, just to understand where everyone's at, will be really important.
I think Mexico in all their games when they played there, the first 20 minutes is really important because they come out flying and they try and intimidate you, and then if they go goal up, then psychologically you're thinking, oh, this is going to be tough. So I think that gets that first hydration break at 0-0 is really important.
I think this is interesting as well when we talk about recovery runs. Given how many of their games that Mexico have played at the Azteca, the fact that they're covering more distance than their opponent, and that feels counterintuitive to what we believe the effect of altitude
but
to be.
The home nation, aren't they? So they've got the crowd. I think we would all say when you're playing at home, it just gives you that little 5 or 10% difference, and it's very important that you start fast. And that's why you talked about hydration breaks. They're so important. They really are. And I think England really.
I mean, they're not going to need them to hydrate in this one.
But just to feel out because. Everyone said it might not. You said it didn't affect you, but it might affect other people. You've had some people say maybe it's affected them, but you guys didn't feel it. But I think it's just important that they just feel out the game. And I think England tactics have to be aligned to what they need to do going up to that.
Yeah, I think to start the game for England, you have to slow the game down as much as possible. I think we used to do when we used to play at Anfield, and because the Mexican fans are going to be back there, they want to start quick and try and catch England. And you know, where they actually can't get the ball. That's what they want to do. So I think for throw-ins, for free kicks, try and slow it down and ease the way into the game, and then later on in the game try and take it to them.
And we know from previous games in the tournament, the Mexican fans can get very impatient with the team and can actually turn against them. We'll come on to that in just a second. And Mexico, in terms of the way that they're getting forward, have this really strong threat down the left. Quiñones has been really big player for them. What this does is exploit that right-back position, which is seen as problematic for England, where there have been a series of injuries. Kwanzaa is in today, Micah. Is that something that would concern you?
Not particularly, no. I think in terms of being a right-back, being up and down, but I don't think that's what England need today. I think sometimes it was in the Panama game where he would ultimately make a free at the back and O'Reilly would go forward. So I don't think I would play Kwanzaa there and put Stones in there, but having a centre-back there, it just gives a little bit of stability. I think at times of being too open. Yes, he would be my first choice Kwanzaa, but in terms of what England need for this particular game, I don't think it's a bad move at all, just in terms of keeping that stability.
Thank you for that, Mike. A little bit of reassurance. We've got plenty of time for the nerves to build up because kickoff has been delayed by an hour. We'll bring you updates as and when we get them. They're concerned about thunderstorms in the area around Mexico City and around the Azteca Stadium. The England fans managing to enjoy the wet weather, at least in part. Plenty of ponchos on the go in Mexico City today, but it is not dampening the spirits of these Mexico fans. Remember, the winner of Mexico and England will play Norway in the quarterfinals of the World Cup, because earlier today they faced Brazil in New Jersey for a place in the quarters. The commentary of this one comes from Steve Wilson.
Stretching for it. Did he get any of the ball? The referee thought he did. He's not got anything of the ball. He's going to go and have a look. The outcome here looks pretty inevitable. Penalty to Brazil. And it's Newcastle's Bruno Guimaraes facing Milan in the Norwegian goal. And it's saved! A stuttering run from Bruno Guimaraes. I'm not sure it did him any favours at all. Milan saves. Scooped in. Vinicius Junior has Martinelli in support. And uses him, and now Martinelli's in a really good position. And it's off the goalkeeper's foot, looped across goal. Danilo mishit that, and Norway should get this away. Nusa's going to try and run it away. And he gets a free kick. The way he came off Nuland's foot here in towards his own goal off the back of his calf. But to David Balgolfa, Antonio Newson. Little flick on, Allison is there. The first time he's really had touch of the ball anywhere near the goal, Erling Haaland. Vinicius Junior. Played Pearson. Oh, Odegaard's had it taken away from him. Gabriel Martinelli. Vinicius Junior can save. Right, so let off for Norway that, and let off for Odegaard, who was caught in possession here. Goalkeeper very quick to react, saving with his right leg. A bump from Haaland, and Haaland trying to sneak through the gap. Marquinhos recovered. Odegaard can save. Allison smothering the shot. Very direct and very dangerous. Vinicius Junior. There's a shot on, he takes it. Matheus Cunha, here's Danilo. Scooped in, and scooped just too high for Gabriel Martinelli. It's a great ball in, lovely run by Martinelli, and he really should have got something on that. Pearson to Scott. Odegaard. Kicked out. Towards Vinicius Junior, lovely ball. Hendrick has only just come on. Slightly heavy touch and he puts it wide. It's the best chance of the game, and it fell to the 19-year-old, probably within 60 seconds of his introduction. Just at the back. To Torbjørn Hagen. Odegaard. Sheldrup. Allison got a little tiny touch on that, and it might have been crucial. It's a lovely wet ball in by Sheldrup. There's dipping, and the goalkeeper's touch, Allison, just might have been crucial. Sheldrup. And Bob. This might be dangerous. Haaland couldn't quite get there. Really inviting from Christopher Ayer. This is what they're waiting for. Just to feed their man. Great attempt from Ayer to find him. Erling Haaland well equipped to hold this up in a scrap with Gabriel, and he's done well to find Odegaard. Here's Oscar Bob. Didn't try and play a first-time ball to Haaland when he might have done. Instead he goes to Odegaard. Now it's Erling Haaland. Now it's Sheldrup for Norway. And it's pushed away by Allison. Really good Norwegian move. It's Hagen. So goes wearing the blue and white stripes of West Bromwich Albion. Andreas Sheldrup, neatly done. Sheldrup's been bright since he came up. Haaland's in a 1-0! That is exactly what they've been waiting for! Give him one chance, he'll take it! Norway lead, and there are only 11 minutes to play! And Erling Haaland becomes only the 8th European player to score in his first 5 World Cup appearances. It's his 6th goal of this tournament. Santos for Vinicius Junior. Corner. Well, spinning! Oh! Milan's made a brilliant save. He's tipped it onto the post. That might be his best save yet. And he's made a few. a shot! That'll do it! Extraordinary! Erling Haaland is taking Norway into a World Cup quarter-final, and Brazil are all but out because of him. Take nothing away from his teammates, they've been outstanding, but it's because of him. Brazil 0, Norway 2. That is unsavable. It's a Brazilian free kick, but they know the game is up. From Östigard. Ah, it's a penalty kick to Brazil. Was it an elbow in the face by the substitute who's just come on? It's very unfortunate. It is inside the penalty area, but it is a penalty to Brazil. And it's a penalty which Neymar is going to take. But it's got to be pretty much the last kick of the game. And Brazil don't need one, they need two. Neymar against Nila. And he scores. Little bit of needle between Nila and Neymar. And the referee has said there is time still to kick off. Marquinhos. Norway are into the quarter-finals of the World Cup. Brazil are out. The Vikings are victorious. They are quarter-finalists and will head to Miami. It is finished at the MetLife. Brazil 1, Norway 2.
Well, Erling Haaland's goals, the difference between the two sides, and he led the chants after the game. He was given the drum for the Norway row. And Mike is doing it because he wants to show his guns off. So you've got a camera on you, Mike. So this is what the Norway fans were doing. Led by Erling Haaland, his 2 goals, and there were 2-1 victory over Brazil. They have knocked out the 5 times world champions. It's an incredible result for Norway, and they are enjoying every single second of it. Last time Brazil failed to reach the World Cup quarter-finals in 1990, they lost to Argentina in the last 16, and as much as they were enjoying it in the stadium, they were enjoying it just as much in Oslo. Absolute scenes of celebration as Norway get past Brazil to get to the quarter-finals of the World Cup. Brazil have a knack of doing this, though. It's their 6th consecutive World Cup exit against European opposition. We're going to talk about Erling Haaland, and it feels as though we don't have much left to say about him. But he's doing it on an international stage, which he hasn't really had much of an opportunity to do. He's scored in 14 consecutive competitive games for Norway. And in those 14 games, he scored 27 goals. And that's just a ridiculous record.
It's absolutely remarkable. And I think in this World Cup, we sort of criticise him at Man City for not potentially pressing, but he looks like he's fit, he's ready, he looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, and he's pressing and he's scoring. It's just really remarkable to see him at this level against Brazil doing it. I think in this World Cup there's been so many great stories, obviously Cape Verde, but for Norway to be doing that against Brazil, it's just brilliant to see.
I just love his celebration. He's saying, I fully expected it. Why you're getting carried away? I fully expected to do this on the world stage. I said it, I've done it. What are you going to do about it? He's an absolute monster. I just love how they're playing. I love everything about the way Norway play.
I think he's given the whole country belief that they can go very far in this competition, and which obviously they haven't made competitions before in recent years, but he should give the whole country and his teammates, you know, you've got someone there who he can look at and believe he's going to take them through to
He's took all the stress out of it. Just even the way he behaves, even the way that he posts. I know it's a very modern thing to say, but like his social media presence is so relaxed. He's having a great time. He'll take care of business on the pitch. And other than that, he's enjoying every moment of being a Norway player in the World Cup.
We're certainly enjoying it at the moment, having knocked Brazil out of the tournament. But really important goals for Erling Haaland. And the way that he plays, and the way that he plays particularly for Norway in this tournament, knowing that they're going to be next up for England, can he cause problems?
Of course he can. He's caused problems for many teams
And
in
against
England.
them in the Premier League as well.
But that is, it looks like a simple header, but his movement just to get across Gabriel, who I'm sure he likes a lot. But his movement, his timing of his header, and then the accuracy of his header, it's a phenomenal finish.
That'll be even sweeter for him, bullying Gabriel like that at the far post.
I mean, it was sort of billed as the battle of the two Premier League stars, wasn't it? You've got the Arsenal centre-back and the Manchester City centre-forward, and that is just, it's not necessarily a finish we see that often for Haaland.
Well, there's a Norwegian specialist in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer who, that was his specialty, finishing through the legs, and I learned a lot from Ole in doing that, and that's just, it's for the goalkeeper, that must be so difficult to save, because you're not ready, you're not set.
And you say it, was it? As soon as you used to cut across that box, I knew you were capable of going in that far corner. But if you can rip it back through people's legs like he's done there, you can't get the dive off. That why it looks like Alisson barely moves. He doesn't, because it's just such a clever finish through bodies. And the top players, they need to do it, and it's so frustrating as a goalkeeper. But what a goal! What a stage! What a player!
So what did you learn then from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer about that finish?
It was just, I remember spending a lot of time with him when we played together, and it was basically when you're going away from the goal a little bit, as his touch was, the defender, when you go to shoot, the defender has to put his leg out to try and block the shot, and it creates that gap between your legs. And then, if you look here, he touches it away from the defender, going the other way to the goalkeeper. The defender then has to put his leg out to try and defend it, and it creates a gap between the defender's legs. And then, as Joe said, I used to try and do it quite a lot as well. As a forward, you know if you get it through the defender's legs, the keeper's not set, you can't see the ball, and it makes it so much.
You know, the interesting thing there, as a defender, you sort of want him there. You know, there's been many times where he goes in that little pocket and said, no problem, you're not going to beat me. Yes, he's got the movement and the speed, but you normally see him behind instead of in front. So he's probably thinking, okay, I've got him set there, as you said, the goalkeeper, he sees it late, it's very difficult. But at the end of the day, just thinking, okay, I'm set here, but then when it goes through the legs, that's what causes the problem.
And the England defenders obviously have faced Erling Haaland before and found out exactly firsthand how difficult he is to play against. When you say you've really enjoyed how Norway have played, if England, at the end of however long this night is going to be, if they do get through this game against Mexico and they do face Norway, how do you think England will fight them?
No fear. No fear. Like, I've been asked this many times.
England or Norway?
England have no fear. I don't think Norway will either. You've got to believe. You've got to believe in your team. Believe in your centre halves. They've seen Erling Haaland. They know they've all had games against him. He's probably scored against every single one of them on the pitch. But they've also had good moments about being concentrated for those 95 minutes. But it won't be about England defensively. It'll be about England's destroying them the other end. Harry Kane stepping up. Not just Erling Haaland. It'll be about the Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham outscoring Norway.
Yeah, and players like Harry Kane will be very much involved, I will hope, in the Golden Boot race, because Haaland has joined Mbappe and Messi on 7 goals for the tournament. What a race it's going to be for the Golden Boot. on 7 goals at this stage of the tournament. Harry Kane on 5 goals, closing in on Mbappe, Messi and Haaland. Is that they seem to be spurring each other on? It doesn't seem like this is going to be a tournament, it isn't already, in which one player is clearly head and shoulders above everyone else. There's a real competition going.
It is, and to have the top players, the best players in the world, all fighting out for the Golden Boot is brilliant. They all tell you, and it's about the team trying to win the World Cup. But normally in the World Cup, you get someone, you know, who comes through and scores a few goals against a couple of teams, and they're at the top. But to have all their players, the best players in the world, at the top of it, and all fighting it out, it's for the World Cup, it's brilliant.
A battle of the styles and a battle of the egos as well.
Unbelievable goals, by the way. You see that reel of goals. This tournament's been electric, hasn't it? It's been some unbelievable, like we talked about the Norway story, the Cape Verde, but the big dogs stepping up and doing what they're doing. I love that about this level. And they just look like they're not going to stop. There's so much belief.
Don't you think the styles are interesting though? So you've got Haaland, who's more of a runner. Then you've got Messi, who's in that number 10 role, and the whole team sort of plays just for him. Mbappe, who can sort of run in behind, but also make his own goal as well. Really good relationship with Olise. And then you've got Kane, who's stepping up in the big moments, but they're all got different attributes, but they're all working at the World Cup. Is that interesting for you to see as a striker? Because normally in a World Cup, maybe there's a certain type of goal scored, or maybe someone who's running in behind is not getting the same chances. We talked about Messi before the tournament. Has he still got the legs to do it? He's still got the quality, you know? So it's actually sort of weird seeing them all doing well, but in different ways.
Yeah, they're all different, as you said, in their own ways. For me, my preference is Harry Kane, because I've played as number 10, I've played as number 9. So you've got Haaland, who's an out-and-out number 9. You've got Messi, who's more of a link player, but obviously he scores, you know, different types of goals as well. Mbappe is a little bit of everything. He can just to the left, he can run in behind. He scored a few goals from the edge of the box, but for Harry Kane, he's more of a link player. So he's playing in this deeper role, but he's the poacher as well. So that is so difficult to be able to do. I could do a number 10 role, and then not score as many goals as Harry Kane scores. Or I could play as number 9 and not score as many goals as Harry Kane scored. He does both. He's combined the both roles, and it's to do that. It's so difficult, and that's why I prefer it.
Can I just ask you a question though? You've been a superstar. Does that play on your mind when all them are stuck? Yeah. when they're sort of battling for that golden boot, is it on your mind? Or I know you was more of a team player, wasn't you? But those players who are scoring all these goals, is it on their mind? Something to think about?
Yeah, I think it will be. I was never a player who thought I weren't that selfish player who thought, and maybe I should be a bit more selfish to try and hit their numbers, but for them lads, I think it will be certainly, because you can see them, and I said a few games back that Lindsay just talking about the Golden Boot rather than the World Cup more, but I think that'll be at the time. We can appreciate it.
Oh, we've got plenty of time.
Absolutely, we can appreciate it a bit more, but certainly it'll be on their mind.
So why would it not be? It's the team that are built around them. I think this tournament has been very clear in that they've had the superstars in their team, and they're all very humble in their own ways. They all look like great leaders. They all look like good teammates. They're not someone who's necessarily out on their own doing their own thing. But the team are working around them. The team are working around them. And they want their best players scoring the most goals, because ultimately it's going to bring it home for their country. And also, it will just rise that superstar that's in charge of their team.
But the game is increasingly about individual success in a way that it wasn't, even as recently as you guys playing, and you've not long stopped playing, and Micah could have been playing, but for your body like you
Not being good enough.
That's not why you stopped, is it? You stopped because you were injured and you couldn't play on it. And as the boys who were playing paddle against you said, you still can't move around. Listen, we might have time for paddle chat. This gets to 3 AM, we'll definitely be doing paddle chat. But it also, you know, when you talk about the strikers or the forwards in that golden boot race, same for goalkeepers. There is still that sense of individual achievement in the race for the golden ball.
100%. And like I say, if your strikers are performing well and your goalkeepers keeping clean sheets, you've got a massive chance. And I love that team ethic in the tournament. I think it's been really difficult to keep clean sheets. It's been really, really exciting World Cup. Plenty of goals going in. don't think the defences haven't been on top, have they? But the strikers have just been out of this world. And look, I am the first to admit it. This is all about strikers. The World Cup's about strikers. No one wants to see goalkeepers doing well, ruining the game.
Oh, I don't know. Machine is the standout star of the tournament so far, isn't
But
he?
he's still got Pepe with lots of goals.
He's got more Instagram followers than Tom Brady. There you go.
So he's still got him in a year's time.
That's not a measure of quality. I don't know what it is.
Can I just ask you though, as a goalkeeper, how do you set up against, or would you set up differently against, say, the caliber player, maybe Messi, to Mbappe, to a Kane, in terms of your positioning? Do you sort of prepare differently for who you're facing?
It's not necessarily because of their status, but like you say, they're all different players. So you'd have different things, different tells that you're checking for. I think Haaland, you've always got to be aware, you've got to check your shoulder. You know, when he's lurking on that back post, who's it going to be stood up to? Mbappe, those sort of players are sort of in front of you a little bit more. Messi's really difficult, because you never know where he's going to pop up. Because you can have eyes on him 1 second, and it looks like he's not even interested. And then all of a sudden he's in front of you whipping one past you. So I'd say he's the most difficult one to keep a track of. But all the other players, it's the World Cup, you've got to be on your mettle.
I just really find it so fascinating though, because say you come up against Messi, and you played against Messi for Man City, and he was outstanding in that game. I actually remember it so well. But Messi seems to always take a shot or wait a little bit more for the goalkeeper, so then that you have to also wait to sort of read what he wants to do.
I think also when I played against him when he was playing for that special Barcelona team that Wayne will know well. And the thing with him, he wasn't selfish, so he wasn't looking to always score. So he was very aware, and everyone was so aware of him and his team and how they moved. So for me, being quite an aggressive goalkeeper, I had to kind of change my game a little bit, because I want to put the pressure, heap the pressure on people. And the majority would crumble. The majority would have a go-to finish, and they'd end up either bouncing it off you. Don't get me wrong, sometimes people beat you. But the likes of Lionel Messi, he'd wait for your tell. So it was almost a Mexican standoff that was going to be in the Azteca.
But on that, as forwards as well, we look at the goalkeepers.
Yeah.
And
only the best ones, Wes. Only the best ones. I've played against many players and many strikers, and this is not me knocking them. This is just me playing at the elite level and noticing the subtle differences. You'd wait.
But I think, like, for instance, Fraser Forster would stand up and he had long and strong arms, and so you know if you go low into the corners, he'd struggle to get them. Then you had that behaviour, he'd stay on his line a lot, so the goal would look a bit bigger. That's why he used to save a lot of balls with his feet. And so as forwards, most of the ones I know, that's quite a few of them would, we'd look at goalkeepers and we'd know we found some traits in them which, you know, where they're strong and where they're weak as well.
What did you do against Joe?
Just scored. Harty was very difficult to play because you knew he was aggressive. Anything coming into the box, he'd try and punch you in the head, punch the ball, but he wouldn't catch you. But if you run, make him running behind, he'd be out, and you'd look to take the ball, didn't you, and ball hitting him in his chest, and so you used to have all that rapping support it. But so Harty was tough to play.
Listen, we gave you quite a nice one there, Wayne, because there was a point before Brazil and Norway kicked off where you said this. They end up overcoming Brazil. There is a possibility, of course, if England can get through their knockout games, they would face England. So
if Norway get to the quarterfinals, I'll go on the good measure now.
Okay, so you heard that again first. I mean, it's not exactly something I'm taking your underpants, but I think it's a fairly good thing to commit to. And I'm pretty sure it will report you to that as well. We absolutely will. And nice to know that Gav's keeping to the team colours. So you're going to roll on with Razzie then?
Is that me? Yeah, I've man me word. Mika's just agreed to do it with me. And Gabby has as well.
Why?
We were on the panel that day. Why
are they delivering on your promises?
Oh no, they don't have to, but they've agreed to, so...
Have you?
I'll do it with you.
There you go. Proper good team.
So are you going to row 3 of them? Because...
I'll row, yeah, that's no problem. But the only thing I'd say is, because we've got a lot on, it might have to be the Hudson River in New York.
The Hudson River.
Yeah, I mean...
If BBC can sort that.
Yeah, good luck with that. At some stage will be rowed down by you because Norway have reached the quarterfinals, having beaten Brazil. Listen, there's While we've got time, big story today, which is that Foreign Balogun, who was sent off in the USA's game against Bosnia, will be available to face Belgium in the round of 16. Now look, you can definitely make a case that this is a harsh red card.
Yeah.
It's not a red.
Right.
It's not a red at all.
Okay, so he gets an automatic one-game ban. The red card has not been rescinded. It's just been suspended for a year, which is why he's going to be available to face Belgium. The Belgian FA says it's astonished. It's investigating all potential options. This follows, there's a big social media campaign amongst huge American sports stars who are using, including Travis Kelce, who should be concentrating on his wedding. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has thanked FIFA for reversing what he called a great injustice in a social media post. So it's gone all the way to the president, and the red card has not been rescinded. It's been suspended for a year.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right, does it? Maz, how do you feel?
I think it's an absolute disgrace. I really do, and I think I know which UEFA. I got a 3-game ban before Euro 2012, so I got due to miss the 3 group games, and I got asked off basically. Told if I go over to Switzerland and do a training session with a bunch of kids, the game gets taken off, which I didn't agree. I agreed to do it because I didn't want the 3-game ban, but I thought that was wrong. But for this to be suspended, they either take the red card away, which I think was probably the right decision, and then he can play. But
Yeah.
to suspend it for a year, I think it's an absolute disgrace. And Infantino, he should be ashamed of this, because I think for the sportsmanship of this game is in question here. And you know, if I'm one of the opponents, if I'm USA's opponent, I'd be absolutely fuming. But I just think it's wrong in every way.
Interesting that they've had a comment from the president. There have been reports that there was a call from the White House to request the overturning of this red card, which is a different thing from a 1-year suspension. If that is true, and if that is the case, there's a dangerous precedent here for government interference in sporting decisions. It happened when Ronaldo was cleared to play, and in the group game, that there is a precedent at that stage. But this hasn't happened. I think in 1962 there was a suspended red card in the World Cup, and that, but not since.
It really doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it should be happening at this tournament.
Do you agree with me that do you agree that
if you're England play tonight or Mexico play tonight, and you get a red card, so you expect them to be able to play the next game?
Let's where does it stop? It's an absolute farce, isn't it? You know, it wasn't a red card, as we all know. Balogun was trying to sort of protect the ball, and he went down, and yeah, that happens. In football, it's a contact sport. We all know that. But to have it suspended for a year just makes a mockery of the whole tournament. Because, like you said, if that happens again tonight, and someone else is going to say, well, you did it for one, you've done it for Ronaldo. All this is basically to keep the big stars in the competition. America are one of the co-hosts, and we all know what it is. So
we don't know what it is.
But how can that happen? You know, we have to be real about it.
I'm not going to come back. They just randomly come back today. It was just expected to happen.
No,
I probably should have my finger on the pulse.
It came out the blue. It did come out the blue. Yeah, you didn't. Your finger didn't need to be near the pulse.
Yeah,
but nobody was checking the pulse at that stage.
FIFA need to do better.
When do the World Cup qualifiers start for the USA? So the next World Cup.
When what? When
so the World Cup qualifiers starts next World Cup.
Well, I don't. I haven't
Is
got
it
the
within
exact
the next
date
year?
of that.
So it might not even affect anything in terms of you missing a World Cup qualifier.
Yeah.
So it's not going to affect anything to do with the World Cup.
Yeah.
Because the suspension will be over after the year, in a year's time. So it's basically it's brushed away, because it's not going to affect anything.
No, because there isn't another World Cup game for them to come.
I think the worst thing is, I think you say FIFA need to do better, Michael, but they don't need to do anything. None of this needed to be a conversation. No one would have questioned it. All right, it was a bit disappointing that he was going to miss the game, but the red card was the red card.
Yeah, we've got to be honest about this situation. It's left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, as it should as well, because when the integrity comes into question for a tournament, that this is this big, the World Cup, all the stories we've talked about, and then for that to happen, it's just not good enough.
Let's do a quick time check. It's just over an hour to go until kickoff. Keep going, you're doing great. You're staying awake, your energy levels are high. You're just as lively as these England fans inside the stadium who are building up to kickoff. It has been delayed until 2 o'clock. Can't tell from those pictures whether it's actually raining outside or not, because obviously they'll be in shelter. But it is raining a little bit outside, but we haven't had any further reports of further delays. We are keeping an eye on that. It is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. Keep on going, keep on pushing through. We're going to stay with you. Here's Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas, you've had a few days now to calm down. Have you managed to look back on how you got through?
Still deserved. Still quite a ride. Took us a while to go through it, even like in the rewatch of the match. Still I think the attitude and the response and the will to overcome obstacles was one of a kind. Still we can do things better. We didn't, like I said, we didn't get the press right in the first 20 minutes. It caused us a lot of problems. Overall, we created a lot, but we can defend a bit more patient. We can save a bit of energy in defending because we're fully committed and we're fully invested. But we need to be more in sync in our press. We need to be more compact, and we need to choose. We need to choose the moments better. Not only in the heat and altitude, but in general. And the same a little bit for the offensive. I think we can put some more passes together in the opponent's half to actually recharge our batteries. Otherwise, it is a very intense game. Defensively, at the moment, there's not so much reward. We put in a lot of effort, but the reward is not so high because we're too disjointed. But at the same time, we don't allow a lot of chances. Even overall, if you look at the statistics in the tournament, we create a lot of chances in the last match. So we're in a good place, and next step has to come forward.
Let's talk about visiting Azteca Stadium, then, because you're a football manager.
Yeah.
First and foremost, you're a football fan. What does
Football
it feel
lover.
like? Yeah, what does it feel like? It's for football lovers. This is a match made in heaven, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you have one or two or three iconic matches, then that's it. Playing in Mexico in the Azteca in a knockout, that's basically it. That's the one that you will not forget no matter what, and that you want to have. And it's an iconic match in an iconic stadium, in an iconic country. So we're up for it.
What iconic memories do you have? Because England fans perhaps
I maybe have the same. When was that? 86? Is that 86? So this is me 13. This is me 13. And watching, of course, one of my the second World Cup that I actually properly remember. I remember that the shades of the players and the shade of there was like something hanging under the roof and around the middle circle. The shade didn't move. Everyone, like you could feel through the telly how hot and how difficult it was to play there for all teams. But yeah, I was just like, I remember the coffee table book that I got for Christmas about the World Cup and all these pictures of these big iconic stadium and the huge crowd. So yeah, it's crazy that I'm now part of a knockout match in the stadium. Yeah, it will be exciting.
It's going to be a very different test for England. It's a very tough test. Let's talk about the altitude firstly then. You described it as a disadvantage. What are you and the team around you doing to ensure you level the playing field as much as you can?
We can't. We just accept the disadvantage. There's no need to complain. Why would we? It just comes around as an excuse if we don't want. But it is just a disadvantage to play against the team that's full of players that play in the Mexican league, that have every match in Mexico. Most of them, I think, in the Azteca, so in altitude, they're just used to it. You need 10 to 12 days to get used to it, which we don't have in a 3-day turnaround. So we need to travel as late as possible. That's the recommendation, and yeah, just get over it. It will be reports from other players from other teams say that the first 20 minutes are crucial. The first 15 minutes are crucial. You will feel out of breath. The ball flies differently. The ball flies longer. The ball flies longer in the air, so it's different timing to headers, different timing to passes. You need to be aware in long shots of the goalkeeper and stuff. And it's just, I think the first 15-20 minutes, maybe longest until the water break, are crucial to overcome, to get used to that, and then to accept it. And I think from there we will.
How will it affect the style of play that we see from England? Will England will you have to accept having less of the ball? Will you try and dominate the way?
Let's see, or we will have, hopefully we are good enough on the ball, and a bit better, and a bit calmer, and with a bit more rhythm, to take our time to re-energize on the ball. And like I said, we have to pick our moments for the press more carefully, not only because of altitude and heat, but also because of how we play. We're overcommitted, and we end up disjointed, and it costs us energy, and it costs us belief in little moments. It gives us not a lot of reward, meaning high volumes, so we can do better, and we will do better, clearly better. We are prepared for that. Let's see how it plays out. Do we get an early goal? Did they get an early goal? Is it a long time? We just don't know.
They don't concede many, they don't concede.
Yeah. So a lot of obstacles and a lot of things to overcome, and yeah. So it's a difficult one. It's beautiful.
It wouldn't be an interview without sitting down if I didn't ask you about right back. How's Jarrell Quansah getting on in his race to be fit, and does it look like he's going to be available, Reece Jones?
I will not tell you this time, but it looks good.
Does it look like you're going to have more options than maybe you did?
Yeah, we have a lot of options.
So you're not going to need to play Declan Rice there again?
And I also don't need to play, so I'll be safe.
How is Declan doing?
Good. He's back. He's much better than he has been, for example, in March, and he knows how to deal with it. It can creep in if it's a highly intensive game for him with a lot of runs. So even for that, we need to try to play more economically in our bursts with full intensity, but choose the moments better to not be constantly draining our batteries. So, and this is especially for players like Jude, especially for players like Declan, very important that we have a more economic style.
We're laughing and smiling about the defence, but is that the area of your team? Well, we are, aren't we? We're saying.
Yeah, of course, we're smiling, of course.
But is that an area of your team they're going to be tested more against Mexico City?
We don't know that.
We
don't know that. Maybe not. Maybe we got already tested on a high level, because I still feel that we have a strong way until here. Let's see. We are up for the test. Like I said, we need to get our distances. We need to take care of our distances better, and we need to take care better of as a group of our synchronity, and which moments we pick to go for a ball win, and we need to accept and be more patient in moments where we're off the ball. Sometimes just 20 minutes, sometimes just 30 seconds is enough to regroup, to have the whole structure right to go into the next press. In the moment we're a bit like too overcommitted. It's not just a problem for defense. I have no concerns about the individual quality. We will handle this as a team. Let's see. I'm very positive.
So this is the team that Thomas Tuchel has picked to face Mexico when it finally gets underway at, we think, 2 o'clock in the morning. Goalkeeper Jordan Pickford, you know all about him. He makes his 70th World Cup appearance. He equals the England record set by Peter Shilton. Incidentally, they're playing at the Azteca, which is where Maradona scored against Peter Shilton with the hand of God. Quansah's recovered from an ankle injury, filled that problematic right-back spot. He was asked there about Reece James, who obviously isn't fit for this game, not playing Declan Rice in there in a makeshift role either. Jed Spencer's out, he's got a bit of a muscle injury as well. Declan Rice does start, but he's back in his preferred midfield position. He's also got a neural problem, apparently, that's been causing him back and hamstring pain. He starts alongside Elliot Anderson, and then there's more changes on the wings as well. Saka is in, Gordon is in, they replace Madueke and Rashford. And then, of course, Harry Kane leads the line. 72 goals for him, club and country, since last August, including 5 at this tournament. Well, it's been very busy here in the studio as we give you an extra hour of quality content building up to kick-off between England and Mexico. But in the stadium, they've been trying to fill their time in creative ways. And this is Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer dancing to Status Quo, because that's how they roll. They join us now, Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer. Other than dancing to Rockin' All Over the World, what else have you been doing?
Well, we've been doing our bit. It became a bit of a game. The Mexican music was on. Then an Oasis track came on and it got booed. It was deafening. You couldn't hear it. It was unbelievable. Then Queen came on. That got the same treatment. So we thought we'll fight back a bit. So we had a good old dance, didn't we? Is that what you call it?
Well, look, I'm sure your 2-month protest was registered by the tens of thousands of Mexico fans inside the Azteca. Look, we just heard from Thomas Tuchel there, and he was talking about his team selection. He was talking about his faith in this team. What are your thoughts on how he's managed the squad, both in the build-up and selection for this World Cup and throughout the tournament so far? And what more there is potentially to come from them?
Alan, that's up to you. I think there's no doubt that even with the squad he named, I don't think he gives a damn what anyone else thinks. It's going to be his team. It's going to be his team that's going to be successful, if it is going to be successful, and his if it's not. And I don't think he really cares what anyone thinks or what anyone says in the media. He is going to do it his way, and why not? Well, after the success that he's had, then he's got every right to do it that way as well. That noise you can hear, England have just walked out, well, Jordan Pickford has, to start his warm-ups. That's a good sign. We've had a couple of the Mexican coaching staff rolling balls around, kicking balls as well, to show that the pitch is still true. So no further delays. Everything crossed for that. We're not being told of any, so we should be on for a kick-off on the hour. So that's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you guys owe us the right favour, because we know you're filling in and we're doing you a massive favour for 3 or 4 minutes.
The other thing about Thomas Tuchel, Alan, is the calmness that you've mentioned. That transmits to the players as well. I've never known how covered England at umpteen World Cups now. Listen to that, by the way. That's Mexico. That's what England are up against. That's something else. I don't think it quite comes across on TV, but that is absolutely definite here. It transmits, doesn't it? Because this camp has been cut. There's been no leaks. There's been no stories. It's been really, really flat.
Yeah, I think without doubt I would go along with that, because in the vast majority of the tournaments that we've covered, you always get this sort of team either a day beforehand that being leaked, or a couple of days, and even certainly a few hours beforehand. But it's very different. This is very different. You can't get anything out of the squad, which I think is a really, really good sign. And you're right. Everyone seems very calm, and they're taking it easy, and whatever's been said or done, it's not getting to them, and that has to be a good thing.
Well, let's hope that they are building into the tournament, as Thomas Tuchel has said. Kickoff still scheduled to be on the hour. This is the Azteca.
This is where it all finishes. The
and one man doesn't make a feat. The stunning veil arrogantly is risen by the captain of Argentina, Diego Armando Maradona.
It's an iconic match in an iconic stadium.
It is an incredible venue, and Alan Shearer was saying when he got to the stadium, he got goosebumps because it is the kind of place that you walk out at. Maybe not so much for the players, but when you can go in as a spectator, you can really absorb all the atmosphere. We got a taste of it when Jordan Pickford came out, and he came out to that, even though it's nowhere near full.
Yeah.
It was already a pretty hostile
Well,
reception.
I just got goosebumps then because I know that feeling, and it's an amazing feeling. You definitely have to be wired differently because you could see it in Jordan. He was getting that buzz. In the Azteca, all this talk about the home feeling, the Mexican mad supporters, you could see him just drinking it in. There's no better feeling than locating the away fans. There'll be a small 10, 15,000, which is a big number, but in that stadium it will feel like nothing. You just feel so connected. You feel so connected with that England crowd.
And just listen to the reception that the Mexico players get. And it doesn't, I think, come through on the television as much as you can feel it inside the stadium. And that's what Alan and Guy were telling us. Even with it just a tiny part full, there's still all that noise inside the ground in support of it. And then there's a lot been said about how hostile they can make this environment. You know, they were outside the England team hotel. I think England booked a selection of hotels. The Mexico fans managed to find the right one. Had a mariachi band, fireworks, everything outside it to try and keep them awake throughout the night. When the England team coach arrived, they were covering it with spray foam and making sure that they're just disturbing them and unsettling them in any way that they can. What would that do to you as a player?
That's up me head right onto one now. But see, at the end of the game, give all the England players heads right, and it'll be fine. No, but I think, listen, they try and, you know, disturb them and make it as uncomfortable as possible, but, you know, for the players, I think you've just got to get on with it. And in terms of running out, and I used to, when you talk about players playing with arrogance and having arrogance when you play, I used to feel that sometimes when I warm up, when I go to the away stadium. I used to have that and think, these are here to watch you.
Yeah.
And you just have that feel like you're here, you're, like, they might give you a bit of stick or whatever, but they're here to watch you play, and so you just don't want to disappoint them. So yeah, you're just ready. If you feel them, the atmosphere, you feel tall, you feel strong, you feel powerful.
I've been buzzing to
So yeah,
play there. Come on,
excited,
like, all the history and we talk about records and all that stuff. He's a player there, playing for England, representing your country. I couldn't think of anything better. Yes, there would be a few nerves, of course there would be, but that's where, you know, you separate the boys from the men, don't you?
You can't get to that level and have something like a crowd affect you. You just can't.
But you can use it as motivation. I mean, that's pretty much what all three of you have said, which is that if you are going to acknowledge it at all, it's going to be in a positive way. You're going to embrace the occasion.
And 100%, and look, it is humbling if you do lose. It is. You do feel it afterwards when you've given it all, you've laid it all on the line. Sometimes you've just got to say, right, okay, that was a lot. And it'll be really, it's difficult to lose, but you never even consider that before the game, during the game. You're out there to, like you say, like Mike said, represent your country, put it all on the line. And that small section of fans that are in that stadium, they'll feel so connected.
60 years of history at the Azteca, not all of it happy for England. It is the only stadium to host 3 World Cups, but for England fans, it will always remind them of the 22nd of June, 1986.
My name's Dave Arnold. My friends call me Arnie. I came over to Mexico in 1986 for the World Cup. It was the adventure of a lifetime and a decision that changed my life.
We got the train down from Monterrey. We booked first class. And there was chippies on the train. We looked out the window and as far as you could see, there was desert and cactus. Change Steve, and back here, 40 years on from 86.
Andrew Davis, all of that's gone with us. Food-wise, we got sick. We were in bed for 3 days before, right up to match day. So whatever it was we ate wasn't good.
The smells, the sights, the sounds. Mark Hughes, since the age of 4, is called Junior.
1986, Mexico City was recovering from the earthquake, one of the biggest in the history of the country. The World Cup for the people of Mexico was a big thing.
The Azteca is stunning. Something that stays with you for the rest of your days. I remember how big it was, like a bus to it, like in a big house, it's that big, and it was all Union flags around the ground. I was in the Aztec Stadium in Mexico watching England in a World Cup. Something dreams are made of.
It was just 4 years after the Falklands conflict, and those wounds had not healed. Certainly not for the Argentina fans who came in their thousands.
Argentina are slight favourites here with the bookmaker.
Volume 9.
I think that everybody thinks that England have had their bad patch, and they think that they're on a little bit of a crest and it's uphill.
We didn't know what the players were complaining at. We thought it was a perfectly good-headed goal, so there wasn't too much discontent in the camp. I saw the man punch the ball into net quite clearly.
The England player protesting to the referee was certainly his afterthought. He is sure protested immediately, but the goal stands.
I mean, it was obvious that nobody could out-jump Peter Shilton and head the ball.
The second goal is probably the best goal I've ever seen in my life.
I was upset that we'd gone 2-0 down, but also in awe of possibly the greatest moment ever in football. Immediately after the game, we were feeling numb. We were out, and that was it. Our holiday was over. But in the end, I think it was the destiny of Maradona. It was the destiny of that Argentina team to win that World Cup.
This place is stuck with me for all of my life. I didn't want to go home, didn't go home at the right time.
There was a bond, I think, between all the fans that came to that World Cup, but there was also a special bond between the guys from the different cities of England.
Volume 10.
It's special, isn't it? How often do you do this? A moving occasion.
Hard to believe we've actually come together at the moment. Yeah, but we're here.
I was 22 years old when I was here. Baseball was like 40 years ago. We were older, now it's got better now.
We love each other, there's that bond. Football, it's amazing. That round ball brought us all together.
Well, England head coach Thomas Tuchel has said this week that this is a good moment to make peace with the Azteca. He spoke
2.
I love tactically, I think he's got it club level, obviously a little bit different international, but I just love the fact how he's so direct. He makes his own decision, he doesn't care what anyone else thinks, and he stands by them, and that's what makes it a big game today against Mexico. In terms of style of play, Mexico will be a little bit more open. These are the games where he should be able to make the difference as a manager. But I love everything that he's doing in terms of not caring what anybody says. And I think England needed that, but that's where the pressure comes because there's some big decisions, not taking big players. Now he's got to deliver.
But I think the best managers are the best for the in-game decision. So if you, for instance, you can have the fans in the pub, you can have us all sat here, and we'd all probably pick a very similar team into what Tuchel has picked or what he's been picking. But the best manager is the one who can see the game and spot what's going on and make them changes. And he's done that really well against Croatia. He's done it well against Congo, DR Congo as well. So, and that's what you're hoping moving forward in this competition. And hopefully we go through tonight. But he makes them decisions, makes them right because, and impulsive as well sometimes. You'll have his coaches staff behind him maybe saying, I wouldn't quite do that. And I think that's what I like him. He makes the decision and goes for it.
There's a big game ahead for England, as we know, but Mexico are hard to break down. They're looking to become just the second team in World Cup history to keep a clean sheet in their opening 5 matches, along with Italy in 1990. Their coach, Javier Aguirre, reached the quarterfinals in the 1986 World Cup as a player. Here is the team that he has selected today to try and get there for the first time since then. Goalkeeper Rangel, as we mentioned, yet to concede at this tournament, and he's only faced 6 shots on target in the 4 games. Genoa centre-back Vasquez wins his 50th cap in the heart of defence. Great midfielder Mora keeps his place. He's one of only 2 17-year-olds to have started a World Cup knockout match. You know the other one, it's Pelé. Colombia-born Quiñones operates from the left. He is Mexico's top scorer at this tournament. Alvarado and Jimenez complete an unchanged starting lineup. Raúl Jimenez is 35 now and he's playing in his 4th World Cup. But his first goal at the finals was in the opening game of this tournament against South Africa. He might not even have been here at all after he fractured his skull playing for Wolves 6 years ago.
Siempre me México este amor por el fútbol. pesar de que yo desde niño como que ya lo traía, ya había nacido yo con eso, tanto él como mis hermanos, mi mamá, siempre me apoyaron en todo lo que yo necesitaba.
Pues con la familia siempre quería entrenar con todos, con la comadre, con el abuelo, con la abuela, con el tío, con el primo, con el papá, con los hermanos. Con todos quería jugar.
A Raúl lo sacamos de un selectivo de Escuelita de Fútbol de la América. Mi primera impresión que yo vi en él, su facilidad de hacer goles. O sea, la facilidad que él tenía. Él donde se paraba le caía la pelota. Y también era contundente.
Raúl Jiménez, el hombre que resucitó.
Raul arrived in Europe with a huge reputation for what he'd done in Mexico in the early part of his career. Things didn't quite work out for him really at Atletico, or then at Benfica, where he kind of had a bit of a super sub role really. 2018, he was at a bit of a crossroads in his career. He kind of had to take a move down a level for Wolves in the Premier League. He's been a bit of a nearly man up to this point.
The game and waiting for him to come back home.
Ooh, there was a ferocious clash of heads there.
I don't think there's anybody in the stadium who didn't have the same sense that something awful had happened, and I think we were pretty much straight on. I knew immediately that he was seriously injured.
Prendo la tele y veo de pronto ya a mi hijo tendido en el campo y veo que no se levanta, pasa el tiempo, entonces empiezo a...
I remember I closed my eyes and I just said, please, just move a little bit, just to know you're alive.
Diagnosed on the bits that he had a fractured skull, and you don't know the effect of that on the brain, and he was seriously unwell.
We were afraid what was going to happen.
Los doctores me comentaban los riesgos que podía llegar a tener el volver a jugar, pero pues siempre en mi cabeza siempre estuvo el regresar.
It's been a long, hard road back for the Mexican.
Entre la vida y la muerte. Entonces, ahí hablamos del carácter de él, ¿no?
Raul lost his father in the build-up to the World Cup. He'd been by his side throughout his career.
En cada momento, siempre esa llamada antes de los partidos. Entonces eso es algo que siempre pues me ayudaba.
Mexico's first ever tournament. Age 35, his first ever World Cup start, his first ever World Cup goal.
Sabes, saber que él estaba ahí conmigo en ese momento, que era lo que él soñaba también. O sea, era un sueño que él también tenía y al final no le tocó verlo ahí en el estadio, pero sé que se arregla desde el cielo.
Mike, it's not just a great story, which it is, a really lovely story for Raúl Jiménez. He's also absolutely crucial to what Mexico are trying to do in this World Cup.
Yeah, well, it is inspirational, the story, but he's got a really important role within this team. Similar to sort of Harry Kane in terms of the way he wants to drop deep, and then the wingers want to dart down the wings. And it's just, I mean, absolute brilliant for his country. But what Mexico tried to do is draw you out. You see there Gallardo, Romo, and Quinones. You see Jimenez coming into your picture there, which is really good. His movement, which then allows the movement for Quinones to go in and then Jimenez to go in these little areas here. And then once he gets the ball, the runners are in. I mean, it should be a little bit better there, but I see Alvarado on the side there. On another day, they get a chance. And you want to look at the goal, Joe.
Yeah, he's vital in the goal as well. I mean, the sets up the left-hand side that you talked about, Mike, that's where the strength really is for Mexico. So Kwanzaa's certainly going to have his work cut out today. But Jimenez drops in here, but he's actually creating the space. Now, Alvarado as well, there's that little triangle that we talked about. That's the right winger. Now, he's coming over because he's linking up to the play. He knows that Jimenez is drawing him in. And Quiñones, the run is absolutely sensational. And he is on fire at the moment. He's been brought into this team. Oh, that finish is electric. He looks really sharp. He's going to be a real threat for England today.
The other point to make about Jimenez before we move on to talk a little bit more about Julian Quiñones is that he scored more against Jordan Pickford than any other goalkeeper. He's got 6 and 6 against him, Jimenez.
Sorry, Jimenez. Yeah, he has, and those sorts of things matter. But I just know when those stats. But I just know when them stats come out. I know he scored last against me, so no.
I just want to jump on the back of them 2 clips there. I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. Is the way Ecuador played the chasing and the going in time to be aggressive, and that's what Mexico want. They want England to do tonight, so that's where England can be more connected and be more patient in how we press, because if they don't, Mexico will cook them up like that.
Yeah, and the worry is, and we touched on this a little bit earlier on, but it's been a while, so forgive us if we're repeating ourselves a bit. Quiñones, the leading goal scorer, 3 goals and 1 assist, working out on the left, where there potentially is a weak spot for England. Maybe not in terms of the personnel, but in terms of the fact that it's constantly changing.
Yeah, well, 40% of the play comes down that left-hand side, and that's why I think it was important to play a centre-half there. Quiñones really goes, and it goes with pace as well. And I feel as though they have to be wary of that. So when he's up against Kwanzaa today, they just have to be mindful. But he's full of confidence. I mean, 3 goals so far, and it's almost like he's become their main man. Obviously, Jimenez is that guy in terms of his experience, but in terms of goal scoring ability, this guy has been really impressive, Ray.
Yeah, but I think England, when you know you've got a weakness in the team, which England, it's clear, obviously England, the right back spot has been a bit of a weakness, so there's players in there. Jordan Henderson used to do very well for Liverpool, where whether it's Elliot Anderson, whether it's Stephen Rice, whoever's playing on that side, they had to go out and give him that cover and that support and sacking in front of them. They had to give him that support, where I think in the previous games we've been a little bit open and left the full-back 1v1. I think we need to give the full-back support tonight.
So, but the thing is, if that then leaves spaces in midfield, then they've got someone like Mora.
Oh,
who
17! We're talking about people bursting on the scene.
Yes.
I want this one. I mean, he's just amazing. He's such a technical player. And watch his movement today. He'll find him a little bit deeper at times.
No, he had a youth trial at City.
Did he really? Brilliant. I wish we would have kept him. But in terms of what he could bring to this Mexico side, he's really good on the ball. His football IQ is so good for such a young player, and he takes risks as well. You know, the players sometimes just want to get on the ball and look pretty. He will find himself in between the lines, trying to link up. And 17 years old, it's just remarkable. Some big names on that graphic. We've got Pele, Gavi, Michael Owen. Are you on that way? I thought you'd be on that list. No?
No, what is it?
You're the players who started the World Cup knockout.
No, obviously, no, it's not World Cup.
He's also called El Piojo, which is the flea. Because when he was little, he used to get around, not flea like as in Red Hot Chili Peppers flea, but because flea like he used to get around a lot. And that's how he plays now at the moment. Look, there's a sense of the sort of pressure that we might get on Mexico as well, because we know that as vocal in their support as they can be of their team, they're also quite likely to turn on them as well. And we have seen that in previous games, where they're even calling for the manager to be sacked. But there is an opportunity for them to progress to the quarterfinals of this tournament, so we can get a sense of just what it's like inside the stadium. Kelly Summers has made her way down to the centre circle.
Well, Kelly, what a relief it is to finally be out here on this incredible pitch. We were just due to head out before when we got evacuated. We were in the tunnel waiting to hear when we could come back out, but now I am finally out here. You can literally hear the noise. It is deafening, and it is a privilege to be standing in this iconic pitch. I know it's a cliche, but you can literally feel the history. Also, what a relief it is to see the England players warming up behind me. I'm told that during the rain delay, it was incredibly calm in the dressing room. They all remained in there. They listened to music, and they remained calm, and they were getting loose, keeping stretched and everything. The sports science people were all in there with them. So now it's very much business as usual as they warm up for the game. The one thing I would say though, it does still look incredibly gloomy and incredibly dark overhead. So we do need to hope this rain and this storm doesn't get any worse, so we can get underway very shortly. As for this atmosphere, when the players came out onto the pitch, wow, I have never heard a noise like it. And you can probably imagine the reception that the England players got. We're going to be in for some spectacle here. Let's just hope this rain and this storm doesn't get any worse. You may notice Alan Shearer hasn't made it down here with me. He's still up, keeping dry in the commentary box alongside Guy.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, it's plenty of activity up here amongst the world's broadcasters, but Alan's calming up. It's good to hear that the players are calm. They're going to need to be, because they're not just playing this Mexico team, are they?
No, they're not. They're going to play the occasion. They're going to have to manage it really, really well. We've heard everyone who's played here, and we've heard Thomas Tuchel say he's spoken to people. The first 20 minutes is key, because they know what's going to happen. Mexico are going to come at them, and they know they're going to come at them, so they have to handle that. And they're also going to have to handle this stadium as well as the altitude, with what we know about, because it is absolutely rocking inside here, isn't it?
And on the altitude, we're way higher than Ben Nevis. We're about 900 metres higher than the UK's highest mountain. Are you feeling it at all?
I'm not feeling it, but I'm thinking you are, because something must have happened to you last night, because he actually bought a pint for the first time in 3 weeks.
Yes, the thin air does strange things to people. And from one number 9 to another, what can we expect from Harry Kane tonight?
His numbers, I mean, 72 goals in 62 games for club and country since last August is just sensational. He will have looked at all the big hitters scoring in the last couple of days. He would have looked at Erling Haaland this afternoon scoring. Now he'll think it's his time. Let's hope it is.
2 behind, Messi, Mbappe, Haaland, over the captain Kane.
Guy and Alan, thank you very much. We'll be chatting to them a little bit later on as well, and we'll be hearing from them when the game gets underway at 2 o'clock, which is set to do at the moment. As you said, look, when the moment comes, it will be down to captain Harry Kane. What is it about him, Wayne, that makes him such an effective finisher?
I think his calmness, he's ruthless, he knows where the goal is, and everything about his finishing is, you know, arguably the best finish in the world. And I've just got a couple of clips to show you of that. This is his first one here, and you know, you see his first touch, you see his finish, but it looks really simple. But if you look at the details in this, it's against Senegal in 2022, the last World Cup. This goal doesn't happen if his first touch isn't right. So you look at his concentration, you look in his eyes, he doesn't take his eyes off the ball, and then he makes sure he gets that first touch right. So now he knows his first touch is right. Now he has little glads at the goalkeeper, and then this is all about his preparation to striking the ball and making sure he gets it on target. So now you see he shortens his step here, just that little shortness of his step, and now here, you taught this as a kid, and he's took it all the way through his career. So he gets his left foot next to the ball, he gets his head over the ball, and then as he shoots, you see he crunches his body in to make sure everything is over the ball, to keep that ball low. The ball's bouncing, it's very easy to hit that over the crossbar, and it's a wonderful finish. And then the next one is the goal he scored the other day. This is incredible against the Congo. So here it's a great touch and then a great finish, but he'll slow it down for you. So if you look at the defenders here, Harry Kane in the split second knows that he can't go through there. So there's one place he can go, and that's to the side. Here, this reminds me of Paul Gascoigne, his arm out, he's brushing the other defender off, who's coming from the opposite side. So now, as he comes through that gap, he knows, because he's gone to the side, he can't go back across the goal. So he can't go across the goal. So he has to go near post. So again, what we see here, he shortens a step up. He gets his left foot next to the ball, he gets his head over the ball, and the force he's putting through his body here, it's the same technique, he crunches his body in. The force he puts through the ball there, there's no option but him to fall over. So he knows he has to go near post, both know that, but the execution, the technique, and that has all come from his childhood. And when you learn to play football, you learn to strike the ball, you learn to be a goal scorer. That's all from that. The fundamentals of being a striker, and that's never left him, and that's why he's arguably the best finisher in the world.
How hard is it to do that though when, people watching and talk about technique? You're obviously an elite player along with Harry Kane, but is that just repetition or is that just a gift?
It's repetition, but you hear people, and you'll hear me talk about composure and, having that composure in tight areas in the penalty box and that. You always feel like you've got time. So Harry Kane there, when he's pushed the ball to the side, he knows exactly what he's going to do. So he makes the decision up in that split second. He knows exactly what he's going to do, and he goes through his preparation. So whether the first ball where he's got time, he goes through his preparation. Here, when he's got no time, he's got three bodies around him, he still goes through the same preparation to make sure he gets his finish off. And he'll know Neil can only go near post. He can't wrap his foot around because he's going sideways. But he still goes through the process of putting his preparation. That's composure. So it's knowing how much time you've got and making that decision in a split second, and then going through the process to make sure you get the best shot off you can.
Did you see that from him straight away when he came into the England camp?
He's the closest I've seen to Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of he got into the England squad and he was taking shots from mad angles, obviously being a goal against it, and then you'd be in the box and who's this young lad coming through, why is he not crossing the ball? But he was selfish in terms of he'd take them shots off and then you just knew that he was going to be special, and his career, he's had what he's going on to do. He's England's saviour, and he will be England's greatest ever player. He probably is England's greatest ever player if he helps England win this World Cup.
I mean, you played with him at Spurs and obviously for England as well. When you'd be up against him in training sessions. Why is he so difficult to play against from the keeper's point of view?
It's because of how clean he hits it. I think Wayne's brilliant how he's just broken him down there, his composure in front of the goal. But it's his brain that's so quick, because he's not a sharp player. I've seen so many players that are quicker than him, so many sharp players that are able to get shots off. Jermaine Defoe springs to mind. But what Harry does is he calculates how much time he's got, and then he uses every single moment of that time to get himself in the best possible position. His finishing is so clean, he's so clever. His angles, seeing falling away there as he finishes that goal against DR Congo. He fully commits to it. He knows he has to be off balance. He knows he's going to smash into the floor, but what's key is when he makes contact with that football, his whole foot goes through it, and he executes exactly what he wants. Wayne said there, the goalkeeper will know that he's going to go at the near post. That's the one you almost give him, but you say, go on then, can you beat me? And it just breaks your heart. It just goes, flies past you into that top corner. He does it all the time. He's a brilliant player.
When they have a player of that quality, obviously the team has to be set up in order to make life as easy for him as possible. But does that sometimes come with areas that you have to sort of sacrifice, Joe?
Yeah, I think so, certainly, and it needs his team around him. He needs his team backing him up, because Harry Kane's a superstar of his team. But we're going to break down the goal they conceded against DR Congo here, and I want communication from my back four. I want it from my centre half. We've got Gay here and Konza. They need to get Elliot Anderson out of the way so that when the England are pressing and setting the team up, they're in a good position. Look, Bellingham's press isn't great here, but what he's being employed to do is get the DR Congo thinking about going the left-hand line, shifting everyone over, staying connected. If we've got them connected, there's three difficult options for the DR Congo centre-half here. Third one being completely out of the equation. But no problem, it's not an absolute disaster for England, but this is where I want the communication. Elliot Anderson, he's got so much endeavour in that midfield, he wants to be everywhere. I want Konza saying to him there, no Elliot, stay. I've got the man, stay in midfield. And if he was, he'd be in with Visa, making it very difficult for DR Congo to build up. Again, it's not the end of the world. England have got good numbers, they're not getting hurt. As the ball bobbles around here, England, they endeavour. They want that front foot, they want to turn it over. That's what they're being told to do. They want to be a pressing team. And as the ball rolls over, in this position, England are in a really good shape. But it's all about the triggers defensively, and I think that can come with communication. So as the ball comes out here, that's where I want Gahey talking to Rashford, saying, don't worry, I've got Wan-Bissaka, you can go and engage. Don't let him get his head up. Because once a good player in this World Cup can get his head up, he's got options. Now look, I want Spence linking up with the back two here. I want that space covered. That's the pass that I'd encourage. Because when that pass is encouraged, it's lofted, it takes a few seconds in the air, and they can reset. And that doesn't happen. Spence comes in, bit of a mess at the back post, and England are 1-0 down, and that could prove to be really difficult in this World Cup.
And it could be too. I mean, Joe summed it up perfectly. There, you see Bellingham's position here, and these are the details we always talk about. And as the goalkeeper is about to kick it, you've got 6 players not even facing the ball. You've got Anderson covering for Spence, and then look at the distance between your 2 number 6s and your number 10. The spaces are too big. So what happens then? Anderson wins the ball. Can we win the second ball? No, we can't, because the space is too big. And now Anderson is doing so much work for Bellingham and Rice in areas, whether he's going to the ball, whether he's covering. Okay, Whistler's in a pocket of space now. Can Jude help him out in this situation where he can just come across, recycle the ball, and the ball can go back? But it wasn't meant to be. The ball goes to the other side, and now you need your leaders. Gay is a centre-back at the back. The ball cannot go at the front post here. This is communication for the team. This is from a goal kick, and that could have been 2. And if that happens tonight, they need to be careful, because Mexico won't punish it if you give them those sort of chances.
So nobody getting too carried away in the studio, but the World Cup final's 2 weeks away, and England are one of 13 teams that can still lift the trophy. 4 games into this tournament, Thomas Tuchel and his players believe that they're only just getting started.
4 games in, over 8,000 miles travelled since the group stages began. But what have we learned about this England team so far? It started with a statement in Dallas.
It's my job to find the right word. It was top. Finally, the fans see what I see every day.
On the pitch after the game, it was just connected with the fans that they were singing. There's nothing like that first time being a player at a major tournament for England. The biggest honour in football for me.
Next up, Ghana. Storm clouds in Boston. Frustrating goalless draws saw optimism replaced by familiar questions.
Why do you think you couldn't find those solutions today?
Maybe we can do a little bit more with the ball. It's one of those games. Difficult team to break down.
Jude won the superior player of the match award.
Yeah, I didn't deserve it, to be honest. It probably should have gone to one of their lads that defended so well.
We couldn't score, we couldn't create enough chances.
Of course, we're disappointed we went away every game. With the World Cup, we're against teams that are trying to stop us, trying to nullify all our threats. We dust ourselves down, we look at the positives, look at the negatives, what we can improve on, and we keep moving.
In New Jersey, a win over Panama. Top spot secured.
We know we want to be score 5-6 goals, but that's tournament football.
England do play a higher press now, which does mean that we've seen the teams in the group stages counter at times. Does that make you feel a little bit more exposed?
So that's why I've got to be ready for my moment. If the lads are playing high, I've got to be high, because they need to feel that support behind.
There have been question marks about the defence.
I don't know if everyone's always talking.
On to the knockouts, England arrived in Atlanta as heavy favourites to progress. But this is tournament football.
We will see the best version of us if we overcome the next rounds and go further in the tournament. This is not the moment now to shine and to expect glamorous performances.
Captain Kane stepped up once again. 2 late goals keeping England's World Cup dream alive. Next up, England's toughest assignment yet. Let's talk about the altitude. How have you prepared for that?
We did training last year, went to Spain, did a bit of testing for that, just in case this game popped up, and here it is now.
But playing in one of football's most intimidating arenas is a challenge to be relished.
Yes, it is. We have 1 or 2 or 3 iconic matches, and that's it. playing Mexico in Mexico in the Azteca in a knockout. That's basically it.
All the legends have played there, Pele, Maradona. For us to have the opportunity to play there is a real blessing.
It's an iconic match in an iconic stadium, iconic country, so proud for me.
So with not long to go now until kick-off, a moment we weren't sure when it was going to happen, but the Mexico fans are out in force in the Azteca. There is a pocket, a significant pocket of England fans in there, but this is the atmosphere they're going to be facing. It's Mexico on home soil for a place in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. How do England win it?
Yeah, I think, I've said a few times, I think they need to keep the composure, stay connected, not let big spaces, not get involved with what Mexico wants. Mexico want England to open up, and as Mika's just showed on the clips, stay compact, stay hard to beat, be resilient, and when you get a chance, be ruthless.
Be brave, be together, be connected. This is not a game we're going to stroll out and pass them off the park. We're going to have to go through some really difficult moments. I honestly feel like this team, the togetherness got them through that DR Congo. It's what they talk about, it's what's coming. Tuchel's been most impressed with. They're going to need it tonight, they're going to need that man who's just unshot.
No fear, absolutely embrace it. Go and make your country proud. This could be one of the most difficult games in the whole tournament in terms of that atmosphere there and all the talk beforehand. But they've got the players to do it. We believe in them, and they just need to go out there and show everyone how good they really are.
If you're watching at home, or if you're out at the pub that's going to be open till 5 o'clock in the morning, you've waited till nearly 2 a.m. for this kickoff. You have earned it. You might as well enjoy it. It's England against Mexico for a place in the quarterfinals. From the Azteca, our commentary team of Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Kelly, and good morning, everyone. First of all, well done. And if you are out watching, please don't forget to tip your bar staff. You're all putting in one heck of a shift. Now, finally, it's going to be over to England and Mexico to make it all worthwhile. This is someplace with a rich, rich history. Let's hope for another occasion to add to it. Mexico won their round of 32 game 2-0 against Ecuador on Wednesday. That featured a kickoff delayed by an hour due to electrical storms as well. England, as we know, defeated the Democratic Republic of Congo by 2-1. They rode a bit of a storm early on in that one. Thomas Tuchel has insisted that this team is built to get better and stronger. The bigger the game, the longer the tournament goes on for his players. Well, perhaps this suits them just fine then, because from some games in the USA that might have felt like a bit of an exhibition in front of a largely neutral US-based crowd, this is nothing of the sort. You're either Mexico, or for a small but very vocal, passionate pocket, you're England. This first part of the show should be something to savour as well. The national anthems.
your target, that should have sorted you out. It really is advantage Mexico, further untouchable. Oh, quite literally a fantastically high level. Alan, we've talked about the things that are in favour of the home team, which does seem a rather typically English thing to do, but now it's here, now it's all about the game. What will be in the minds of those England players?
England need 11 warriors up on that pitch to take this stadium on, to take this atmosphere on, and to take Mexico on. We all know how tough it's going to be. Every single one of them is going to have to be at it, because this is an incredible atmosphere. I've never known anything like this. I've been to a few stadiums in my time, but this is absolutely sensational.
Blood is pumping, the juices are flowing. England's players look ready. So touched by the performance that they're about to put in. The referee is Ali Reza Pagani, Iranian-born, but now affiliated to the Australian FA. And you may remember him from Week 1 competition. He denied Kylian Mbappe a penalty for France against Senegal. And he then stuck to that decision after being advised to go to the monitor to look again. He's assisted by George Lacrimis and Andrew Minzy. With VAR, the team of three is led by Colombia's Nicolas Gallo. The Mexico team is the same one that started the win against Ecuador. At the back, there is a 50th international appearance for Johan Vazquez. 17-year-old Gilberto Mora, the youngest player at this World Cup, again looks the one to watch in midfield. You'll be watching him soon enough in one of Europe's top leagues. And then there's the danger of Julian Quiñones down the left-hand side, and the evergreen Raúl Jiménez leading the attack. He will be playing in the Championship next season, having signed to return to Wolves. For England, Jordan Pickford equals Peter Shilton's record of 17 World Cup appearances. Reece James still out, but Gerald Quenzer has recovered from his ankle injury to come in. He replaces Jed Spence at right back. Declan Rice continues, despite, in Thomas Tuchel's words, the incredible pain at the end of the DR Congo game, and changes in attack either side of Harry Kane. It's Bukayo Saka in from the off, and Anthony Gordon back at the start, having come into the team to assist both of Kane's goals in the last game. There's a soundbite on the big screen, and it just peaked at 49 decibels. I think it might get loud as the crowd up the beat. England's job is to quiet things down as quickly as they can. Another great World Cup occasion. Slightly difficult to end the early hours back home. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope it's going to be a night to remember. It's certainly different. It has the feel of a final, and it will be the final game of this World Cup for one. For the other, a quarter-final date with Norway in Miami awaits. The pressure's on, but we all know what that's for.
Pressure is the tears, but pressure is also a privilege. What an opportunity these boys have got tonight.
Still the best test for Raúl Rangel as England went long.
It's what you work for all your career. For nights and moments like this.
Get used to this sound. Once any England player has possession, that's what you'll hear.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think Pickford's got no messing around. Get the ball really good defending from Margate. He read it well. Stepped in, took the ball.
We do want to see some confident, good defending. Maybe. Good exchange with Anderson, and then he's the next player away for contact. It came in from Gilberto Mora. Seems very deliberate from England.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. As I said, the crowd are not liking it at all, but it's working for England. Stop, start. We don't mind that for the first 15 or 20 minutes.
Here's Gavey. Looking to play it all the way back to Jordan Pickford. You can see by that pass alone there is no falling over the playing surface despite taking a soaking for hours now.
It should suit England perfectly.
So, Rice. O'Reilly. Bellingham. Anthony Gordon to his left. He's just hanging back for the moment. Gordon wins a corner. Courtesy of Jorge Sanchez. You mentioned that Anthony Gordon was looking in fine form in the kick-ins.
Yeah, he had some really great strikes, actually. I said that to you, the one he took next, he put it wide, didn't he? But I promise you the three before that were brilliant.
He should be confident after his little cameo against DR Congo, because without him entering the action, England might not have won the game.
Good Liverpool play down the left door from England. O'Reilly into Bellingham, and then into Gordon and getting the corner.
Rice's delivery might not have been by and large what it was for most of last season with Arsenal. England need an Arsenal corner now. Something different to Arsenal calling for Bukayo Saka. Well, looked as if it was going into a dangerous area, but it was overdone and all the way out.
Every England player ran to the near post, and Saka decides to put it to the far post.
Anderson. Gavey. That is something we have been warned about, isn't it? That the ball does fly further here. It's a simple fact.
Maybe that was what happened exactly then with Saka. Maybe trying to put it into the middle of the near post, and it's just gone that little bit further.
England in '86 played a tournament the year before to get used to conditions. Same in 1970. No chance for Thomas Tuchel's team to do that this time. They've got to get on with it. Here's Gavey. O'Reilly. Gordon. Anderson.
I don't mind this guy. Boom, future football. We all know they get through 20 minutes. That's a huge part of the job done. If they want to keep the ball like they're doing, then that's fine.
That's exactly what he's talked about pre-game. A little nudge on Eric Lira. He's been forced to bundle the ball out of play, and England have a throw in, and Jude Bellingham made that happen. Lira is an intense player. He will wave his arm around. He will complain. Chipacito, the little chief, they call him. Just got the better of Anthony Gordon there. Complete with a gesture to the crowd. He wants more.
He got his own back there, didn't he?
There's one man who's going to remain unfathomable next to all this. It would be Thomas Tuchel. Rescue brilliance in there. You can see back right there. There's Jared Borghetti. Striker who scored many Arsenal with ball wonders after that. Imagine that was a big set was bringing all the big guns to Bolton.
See if anything happened there. There were 2 or 3 England players going to close down, but they didn't have the backup again, and Mexico get out.
You need to get the ball from instead of just standing.
Quiñones has been the star for Mexico, but it won't be if he keeps on playing passes like that. They're running the Gordon, but it won't stick.
No, get the ball, you need to do it back.
Quiñones, prolific in the Saudi Pro League, and the season just ended.
That's it from that. One for the ball.
He's got himself 2. Alvarado. Goes to Vasquez. They make a good pair. Vasquez brings the pace. Montes the height. Through towards the run of Luis Romo, but all the way onto the gloves of Jordan Pickford. Pace on the pitch as well, and they carried it through. Quicker to Pickford.
It's not missing. Oh, that's not missing out of it. Get painful out of it. Can do better.
Once again, England playing rotation game before Gay tries to spring the trap. That's a good ball for Saka. A different sort of touch, and he might have had half a chance.
That was a really good ball and a good run from Saka. Just bends it, he comes in off that right-hand side. And a better touch there. Tough one to control, albeit promising.
If his foot was closer to it, that would be.
Saka has taken into defensive mode. Good chase on him. Might have got there. Saka went with him, and the goal kick goes to England. Brilliant. Bukayo Saka, absolutely superb. Loses the ball at one end of the pitch, and look where he is a few seconds later. And the ball back. He did just brush off the left knee as well, like Gallardo. I think that's going to leave kicking duty to Oscar Conta here. So I don't know what he's going to do with that.
Just get home with it. It's not taking too long.
Down. Saka beaten to it by Vasquez. Lira.
Right, he's got the ball now. Let's have it off him.
Vasquez to Montes. Gordon.
Oh, it's not much
Nearly
about
picks
it.
the ball away from Alvarado.
Alvarado didn't have a clue where he was, did he? He didn't know Gordon was there. He got fortunate.
With a Sanchez.
Oh, let's have some on this guy.
Alvarado. Alvarado with the in-swing.
Oh, wow. Nice one. That's kind of nice one.
Brilliant grip bowling and brilliant centre-forward play for Raul Jimenez. And that is a clever save from Pickford. He hasn't got much time to think about it. He's got to be quick to the deck, and he did. Push it out for the corner.
You start going better and got the ball. And when they've got it, they've got to try and get it off them.
See already just how useful the left foot of Alvarado can be, and here comes another one. And another to Fuller.
Such a dangerous ball in. Alvarado. No other thought than whip it in and hope someone's going to dive and get on the end of it.
Alvarado again, and Harry Kane is there to head this one out of the box.
this tour. That'll do Pickford's confidence, I think, the world of good, because he hasn't looked as steady as he normally does in the first few games. A guy of his quality would have been pretty disappointed that he was beaten for that goal he did on Congo the other day, so that will do him. His confidence, no harm at all. Lifted through with no flag raised. The only thing to do with that was keep it in as far as Dave Arnold was concerned. Roy Maynard just looks a different striker when he puts that national team shirt on. And that's giving a nod to the goals he scored with Wolves and with Fulham. He's been a really handy player in the Premier League, but he reaches the hurdles. He's a really good header. Really dangerous header. Pressing
Come
over
on,
one
I
man.
know we can do better.
Quansah. They don't have the challenge of Quinones and no free kick. There will be one now. Saka hits the ball. Not happy, wants that taken again from the right place. Makes you say so. Mexico's players are all reacted to the crowd, haven't they? The crowd have gone berserk at every single challenge. Header again. Maybe sharp down on his left-hand side as Pickford. Good, strong hand. 47 international goal for Jimenez. He's 5 behind the record holder for Mexico on Javier Hernandez, Chicharito, formerly of Manchester United, most memorably in the Premier League. West Ham as well for a while. Here's Rice. Here's Quansah.
Come on, let's not mess about here.
Anderson. Nice to stretch.
You've got the ball back.
Anderson.
What are you throwing like that? Really trying to get it back.
It's gone the other way. First with Bromo, now with Quinones. Mora's onto the return. Checking the shoot. It was well blocked by Rice.
Come on.
There we see a glimpse of the twinkling feet of 17-year-old Gilberto Mora. It's incredible, isn't it? 17 years of age. Playing in this arena, this atmosphere.
It's right at the moment.
Looking all the He's been known so, Gilberto, as a top-flight professional in Mexico, but not to this level.
I know we can do better.
Cesar Montes is taking issue with the award of a free kick there. He's holding a Bellamy. He looks at home here too. Benitez home games.
Too slow for the ball. Come on, faster.
Well, it's first part of the job done for England. We said keep them out for 20 minutes. It's taking a really good save from Pickford to do that.
Come on. Just get going.
Take on Sanchez. He's going to do really well with the run. Anthony Gordon. He's won another corner. He looks really
That's what we need to see. There's no forecasting about it. Just get going with it.
In previous games I've said about whoever it's been on the outside, whether it's the right or the left, they have to go on the outside more. That is a real positive sign from Anthony Gordon. Sanchez couldn't keep up with it.
Don't get going with it instead of messing about with it.
Barcelona will be watching keenly, thinking, let's see how he handles that atmosphere. So far, so good. I don't think it's going to be a short corner this time. Saka respond to it away.
Come on, lads, let's have it in the back of the net.
Put Rice in. It's going to be after Bowen. Didn't play Mark Gane by much. Mexico continues to boom around the Azteca. scored the goal for that one. As he just wandered away from that exact position. Did he start to go forward and then stopped too late? O'Reilly had already thrown it. See how frustrated he is as well. Yeah, we know he's not entirely up for that. So Martens.
Right now, let's get the ball back.
So to Anderson, towards Dele, who just leaned back into Lear and trying to lead him all the way. Ryan's not really got to turn.
Let's get the ball back.
And again on the ball.
Come on, let's not mess about.
Vasquez. Quinones. It's Anderson, that's caught the referee, and he might have to stop the game. It was going towards Harry Kane. And in fact, he says, let's stop the game now and let's all have a drink, which I would think is a good cue for all of you back at home as well. A chance for me to tell you what's coming up tonight, which seems a strange thing to say, 7:30 as in Monday night on BBC One and iPlayer, Portugal against Spain. That should be an absolute cracker, the Iberian derby. And then 22 hours from now, there or thereabouts, USA against Belgium. That has also got a 1 AM kickoff. That's Tuesday morning, so tomorrow morning on BBC One and iPlayer. And if you've still got your senses about you at this ungodly hour, you can get involved with our coverage by scanning the code on your screen now. Head to the live page of the BBC Sport app for polls, updates and reactions throughout the match. Let's have your input. And let's have the input of all of you back in the studio. What do you think of it so far?
Yeah, I think it's been a good steady start from England. We spoke about before the game of getting to the first hydration break. Matt Devlin tends to take the sting out of the game. I think that done that really well. And Mexico not doing up dangerous in the tight areas, but overall I think it's been a good steady start.
Thank you, Wayne. I think we should ask Joe, shouldn't we? Given that save from Jordan Pickford, Joe, that was top class, wasn't it?
Yeah, Guy, excellent. Big moment for him. I think Alan touched on it. You know, he's had a bit of a tournament's not been to plan so far, but that is an excellent save. Readjusting, getting set. Wayne talked about Harry Kane's timing in front of goal. Jordan picked up excellent composure, met the ball beautifully. Top save, big moment for his country.
Thank you, Joe. So, Al, so far, so good?
Yeah, ish, very good. Yeah, I think it's we've said, haven't we? Everyone said it. Everyone who's played here knows how dangerous Mexico are in the first 20 minutes. They try and go after you. They try and pin you in. They try and react to this amazing crowd. And England have stopped them, albeit with a wonderful save from Pickford. But it's 0-0 at the drinks break, and they can take belief and confidence from that.
What's simple now is going through the next stage of Operation Azteca with his England players. The third meeting between these nations at this incredible venue. Goalless draw in 1969 that was watched by 105,000 people. Then in 1985, a year before the World Cup, a 1-0 Mexico win. Javier Aguirre, the current coach, was in their team. Just one previous World Cup meeting between these two, and let's hang on to that one. Second group game in 1966 at Wembley, 2-0 England. Bobby Charlton, Roger Hunt. Here's what to make Alan think. England's players then were on a £60 match fee.
That's what we're on now, isn't it?
I haven't looked. Here's Pickford. Towards Anthony Gordon. Got there. He did unbelievably well. He's kept it in. And forced a save from Raul Albiol. Well, we said he started well. This is his best jab.
Definitely. We've seen really exciting moments. It's not all been defended for England. He's had a very good moment down the left. And that one as well. Cuts inside with the right foot.
Right, they've got the ball, keep the pass.
Listen to the noise as another decision goes England's way.
Saka had the ball over the top as well, where he just had that, couldn't quite get hold of that ball from Geary. But in the main, I think it's been good from England. I think they've managed the situation. And they're managing this crowd very well at the minute. There are times, I don't care who you are, when you come here, there are times you're going to suffer it. You've just got to get through that.
Still is one of the favourite phrases you talked about earlier, isn't it? For all he's won at Manchester City, week in, week out, you heard him say, we have to suffer. Even more so at this level. Anderson. Corner from two. Quinones was caught out really impressively by Gerald Quansah. Kane. Taking note of Erling Haaland's exploits earlier in the day. Absolutely. Let the forwards do that. Lee White again.
Come on, England. That's not that's about the ball.
Phil Bellingham, his turn to feel that justice wasn't served.
It's not this about. Come on. We need the ball back.
Moura wanted the give and go to Real. Alvarado.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Luis Romo. Bellingham then rather showed his intentions though to Jorge Sanchez. Moura. We saw the hand for England at the other end of the throw. Thought you were there? Ah, you're not.
Well, you're going to have to do that. Say do that, I mean track back and win the ball. Obviously he didn't want to give it back, but I've already seen Saka doing it, tracking back. Because of the energy, because of the pace that they're trying to play at, players are going to have to do their job defensively in tracking back and doing that.
Sanchez was very quick doing it there. No free kick again, in fact, a Mexico throw-in. Jorge Sanchez, the Mexico right back, has made his mind up. If he sees a chance to get into Jude Bellingham, he's doing it. Well done, referee.
Well, you're in charge.
You're worried, aren't you, in that regard?
Yeah, I'm just like looking at his body language already. No sprint, looked to play it. Not a fan of that. When there's a need for it. We already know he's in control.
England game before at the World Cup. It was in 2018 in Russia. It was rather inconsequential. It was the Belgium 2, England 0 third group game that neither side really wanted to win. Wanted to finish second in the group. Did help England.
Come on, let's get the ball. So just standing about.
This matters a bit more. Romo. Says not to go back. Putting it into Saka, who slipped. Wasn't trying to do that. For the rain.
Unbelievable.
Fantastic Vasquez.
Could do better.
Again with Cesar Montes. Lera.
Come on, let's get the ball. Let's go for the ball.
Run and Saka, an early ball in. It was awkward for Quansah. Handball Quinones, maybe not. It is a Mexico throw.
Well, then Saka and Gordon have to track back.
We're not doing that, does he?
Sometimes make 6 in the back when Mexico are attacking.
Lera. Sanchez is starting to make it dart down the right wing. That's really good awareness from Luis Romo. Good on the ball, Mexico.
So England can be as well.
With every pass.
He's got no pass.
This is where they have looked good in every one of their games so far. When they get the rhythm going, they do it with a real joy to their football. There's more
get in the box.
Second combined. Same thing again, though. Doing the job defensively.
That's it. Don't mess about, just get the ball back.
Romo, it's high and it flies high and wide. Don't think that has plenty to say that the shot was allowed at all, as he often does in those situations. He wants players in a white shirt closing them down. He doesn't want to be facing shots from 19, 20 yards out. Shot too, right for Eric Lehner. Referee's really letting the game go. A few that you might think would have been awarded a foul in most games. That shirt, Roy's shirt was pulled, and he saw it. David. Minutes in, England doing as much as they can to quiet the passion of the Azteca. Just one shot of their own, which wasn't properly connected with by Gordon. Easily gathered by Rangel. Another thing we look to improve on now, guys. Defended reasonably well. Done part of the job in quieting the crowd a little bit, if that's possible. And now we've got to improve in forward positions. It's a position
Keep
for
doing the ball,
Aztec
man.
here, though. It's
Defend
Quiñones.
that ball.
That's who's there on it. Montes. Sanchez.
Come on, lad. We can do better than this.
Sanchez. He's to the ball. Nice little lift in to Eric Lehner.
Come on, lads. Still standing.
Quiñones. Pierpont. He's now in Mexican football. Diego. Vasquez. Starting to advance. He's allowed to advance. He's looking for Jimenez. Gordon there to help that one out. Yeah, he just had a little bit too much time on the ball, didn't he? Spurs was able to get 15, 20 yards further forward, but luckily it was a full cross.
No, but I had to pass it to him.
Again, Luis Romo.
Right now, we've got the ball now. We need to get the ball back.
There you can see he's the general at the base of the midfield. It's a great mention every time he puts a tackle in, doesn't he? So he's a pretty
Get
good
too
job
close
here.
to me.
Quiñones. Romo. Alvarado.
Come on, lads. Come on, we need to try and get the ball.
Alvarado again. Chance to cross here for Mexico.
Come on, he's messing about.
Right wing, but left-footed. Well, that's where the cross came from earlier on, wasn't it? From that side. One that Jimenez got his head onto.
What we're seeing is ridiculous.
Easy goal, you can get them. Good goal from Jimenez. Tipped for Glenson. Watched it, kept his eyes on the ball despite the tussle going on right in front of him. He's just said thank you with a quick personal applause to Marquelli. Declan Rice now strides purposely forward. With Zaka. Saka across. It's there! Donoghue at the back! The passion of the Azteca now is all English.
I missed it. I missed it. I think I need 3, haven't I?
Stunned into near silence for a moment, this place. Jude Bellingham's third goal of the World Cup. The first goal Mexico have conceded at the World Cup. Anthony Gordon held for the advantage with England. Bellingham finds Kane. Across to Bellingham. It's 2. England have stepped on it. 40 years ago, it was an Argentinian number 10 who broke their hearts here. England's number 10 today has 2 in a minute. Just watch the way England go after Mexico. Elliot Anderson wins that ball. Gordon wins that ball. And then I'm thinking Kane's going to go for the shot, but no. He actually pulls it back brilliantly. Into Jude Bellingham. But we spoke about England and how it's so important to manage the game and control the game in the early parts in the hope that this can happen. And it's exactly what's happened. What a half this is turning into for them. And as England fans say, hey Jude, the S-taker is subdued. Mexico 0, England 2, Jude at altitude. Well, 1 was good. 2 is the stuff of dreams right now. And the game begins again. Well, I think it's been almost perfection from England. Yes, Pickford had that save, but the way they've managed it, the way they've controlled it, the way they've played at their pace has been superb. It really has. And they deserve it. Said the one thing they might have to improve on because they've defended well, they've battled well in the midfield, was perhaps in forward positions. That is the perfect answer to score 2 goals. Put yourself in a really, really comfortable position. Mexico 4 games, 4 clean sheets before today. Mexico have not conceded a first half goal in the last 15 World Cup games before today. How about 2 in just over a minute? They will try and head back.
Let's get the ball. That's it.
There's that man Bellingham again.
Get the ball and keep it.
Starting to find
Pass
his
it before I
swagger.
lose it.
Well, he lead one on for Kane, and Kane's just repaid the compliment. Mexico fans now are trying to rally behind that team, but you should see the England supporters soaked to the skin, having to wait an extra hour for kickoff. Battle for all of them, and for all of you back home, putting in the hard yards on the night shift. Worth it,
Let's
though,
get the
isn't
ball
it?
back.
Damn right, it's worth it.
Come on, let's get the ball back. Let's not mess about.
Something a little hot that brings Mexico a free kick. It's not just 1 or 2 that have been at it as well, you know, every single player is putting a shift in, every single player
When
is
they've
playing
got the
well,
ball, we haven't
playing
messed
their
about. We
close.
need to get it back off them.
Yes, Jude gets the 2 goals, but it's the way they work it. It's been so impressive. Mexico free kick. Imagine it was all hands on deck for England defensively. It's a really good ball in.
Get it out. No. You're going to have to do better. literally got over that. Yeah, bit silly that was.
What a delivery that was! What a game this is! Just about the same try again to half time with keeping at 2-0. But the ball is whipped in, and Mexico complaining that there could have been a push or a penalty. Looks unstable, ball falls. So well for Quignon. Yes, and he doesn't make a mistake. The volley is into the roof of the net.
Come on, let's not
And you're
miss it.
absolutely right. We have got an incredible game on here. He's just equalled the Mexico World Cup scoring record. Luis Hernandez, El Matador, got 4 in 1998. Quinones has got an overdue value in this one. He's on corner, and he scores the corner. I thought that was out for a throw. Now we're a long way away. It is out. It is out for a throw-in. Mexico won't get that corner. No, he decides to put his flag on Raul Lee. Bullet in the air.
Yeah, it's a bit mad.
Possible throw. It's on the line. Vasquez.
When they've got a ball, let's get a
Now
ball.
Sanchez will get
Let's
round
not
the
miss
back
a
of
ball.
Gordon. O'Reilly's seen him go there. Sanchez surely got the last touch. He did. It's going to be a goal kick. Yeah, well done, Nico O'Reilly. Know exactly what Sanchez was looking for. He's not getting anything for that.
Oh, please. Oh, there's more towards the pick and go.
Mexico won. England 2.
That guy out there.
A game that was a decent watch. It was absorbing. It was tactical. It was playing out the way England wanted it to. And then bang, bang, bang. It has sparked into frenzied life.
Right. Try and pass it 3 runs at the best then.
Great goal for England that was. They've just somehow got to try and stay calm. I know I said try and get through to 2-0 at half time. But it's so
We've lost the ball again. No, we've got to get it back.
This attack was started by a brilliant interception from Gallardo. Here's Alvarado. Rice got there with Quansah. They both went through. Gerald Quansah just has to get rid.
We're going to still got it now.
Mexico. Good job Rice was there.
We need the ball in the goal and get forward with it.
The team on the up. They've got 5 minutes. That's what the board said. 5 more minutes.
We'll try and get the ball.
Pickford goes back. O'Reilly got something on it. Anderson a bit more. As hard as it is, England have got to see this half out.
That's it. Fight for it. Fight for the ball. Don't just stand there.
Seems ages ago now against Croatia. Keep things off. Sanchez. Messi. The launch away. Here's Lira. Quinones timbers with and beats Quansah. I've got to be honest, I expected him to score.
We actually go back than this. This is just brutal.
Raul Jimenez just can't get this strike away that he wants. He stuffs it with the left foot. Hanging on, England. He looks for Kane. Kane hands it on for Bukayo Saka.
Keep it in. Like I said, keep it in. Just...
It's going to be a goal kick. So many positives from that England performance to go 2-0 up, wasn't it? Now all of a sudden Mexico get that goal and it all changes.
15 minutes.
Brilliant goal from William Quinones. Brilliant strike.
Right, we've got the ball now, keep it. Come on, hurry up. That's about it.
4 goals for him in this World Cup. He's definitely got plenty of momentum. He's a definite free.
I expect something if we can keep that.
Centres down. Yeah, that's a little throw in. Just caught him, didn't he, at the top of the left boot? He's hovering around. Kill his problems going into the World Cup. It's another beauty. And Keeper with another beautiful stop.
Come on, we're going to have to do better than this. This isn't working.
Something similar from the left again. He whips it in, and that's a brilliant header.
You need the ball on the ground, get forward with it.
Superb save from Pickford.
That must be right. Got a corner up there.
It's a dangerous combination, isn't it, down there right? Coming back on the left foot to cross it in.
Tell you what,
Two good saves from Pickford.
we're not playing as well as we can do. Must do better.
Thomas Jimenez. Oh, what a goal! Can't believe that didn't go in. Montes at the back.
What a carry on there. Carry on. Just calm down now.
Treatment from his teammates. What did he get on this? Well, so he should, because he shouldn't be free in there, Montes. That's exactly what he gets on it. Look at his reaction to get back. That is a certain goal if he doesn't track that. And make that crucial tackle. England are hanging on to half-time here.
We just need the ball back and get forward with it. Instead of what we are seeing.
Roberto Moura to take the corner. But he's headed away.
Right, now go get the ball.
There he goes highest. What a game he's having, Jude Bellingham. I mean, all of them are playing really well, but Jude Bellingham, goodness me. He's been absolutely everywhere already. Two brilliant goals.
Well, let's go get a ball.
Stopped his team conceding another one, but tracking back and making that important tackle. Sanchez.
I know we can do better, but we need to get the ball first.
Vasquez. Seconds to take their lead into the interval. Quinones. Roma.
Come on, let's get this about.
Leo. It's Montes with Alvarado waiting wide again. Quinones. Pickford starting to come for it. It's kept in. Gordon gets in between two. And takes the corner post from Jorge Sanchez. Free kick England. That should do it for the break. He's good at that, Anthony Gordon. You can see him just have a little look, step across. Know that Sanchez is coming into him. And he did. What a half that's been. And it is half-time at the Azteca. Jude Bellingham with one.
Must do
We
better.
barely had time to draw some.
I'm surprised it was 2-0.
But Mexico rolled back. A thumping volley from Julian Quinones. And at half-time, recharging
I'm
glasses.
surprised at that 2-0.
England 2.
The way we've been playing.
Well, that's woken everybody up, hasn't it? On 45 minutes, 50 minutes of football.
England were absolutely outstanding. Yeah, there was
Outstanding, you sure?
in terms of the way they sat in and the counter-attack. That is what England do really well. Rice driving from midfield, Kane linking up really well. Bellingham being that guy who scored a goal is absolutely outstanding. This is what we wanted. This is a game that we all thought it was going to be.
This is an absolute belter of a game. I wish I was in that stadium. The energy is through the roof. Just when you thought England had silenced them, for them to come back and score that goal then, and that absolute
Need the ball.
backs to the walls when it lasts 5 minutes. But they dug in, big save from Jordan Pickford, good defending Jude Bellingham. Can't wait for the second half.
Yeah, important that they went in
We've
not
got the
level
ball,
at
let's
the
keep
break.
it. When
Important
they've
that they
got
at
the
least
ball,
held
let's
on to
keep
that
it.
advantage.
Yeah, I thought we done really well to get the hydration break, and then after the hydration break, they come out and had a little bit more energy about them, England, and then obviously get the first goal, and then continue the second goal. The last 5 minutes there, just a little bit nervous, but the first goal for me was key, and it was such a good goal.
We never had it
There's four aspects to this goal, I think.
It just surprised me when it was 2-0 up.
So now he plays a really good throw out to Declan Rice, and this is brilliant. Driving
I
with the
won't
ball,
put the
getting in
first
under the
half, I don't
pitch,
like that.
and then you've got Saka holding his width, staying out wide.
I've seen better.
and then committing a full-back going on the outside, going 1v1, and Jude Bellingham, really good movement here. We get to the middle of the goal, and it's a really good header. But if you watch here, the connection and the togetherness of Jude and Harry Kane is really important. So as the ball goes to Saka, you see Harry then starts going towards the back post to then make his run to the front post. And then Jude goes to the front post to then go to the back post. So that's stuff when you've got a front two and you've got a partnership you work on in training, and it was a beautiful goal. And
but the quality of the ball was really good though, wasn't it, as well, Wayne?
Yeah, no, we've said this, haven't we, in the previous games, having wingers who can go on the outside. And I think having someone who can go on the outside makes it easier for forwards to then have that timing of the movement.
And then Jude Bellingham with the second goal, and England thought at this stage, this is it, we've silenced the crowd, and they've put themselves comfortably in front.
But you know what's so good about this goal is the way they jump. I talked about England being a little bit passive, but Anderson there and then Gordon ready to pounce. And then can you make the right decisions? As Bellingham plays Kane, you think he's going to shoot. He makes the run and then he taps it in because you're all expecting Kane to shoot from there, but he makes the pass. And I just love the energy. There's always a time when you should press, and that was a perfect time to it. And then the goal is just absolutely outstanding. It was dreamlike at this point.
98 seconds between those goals.
But Kelly, that is a team. I'm seeing a real team unity. Harry Kane, everyone in the stadium was racing for him to shoot there. A brilliant ball across. His connection with Jude Bellingham is right up there. Two top players putting them in a great position.
And this is how the England fans at Fox Park celebrated that second goal, because at that stage they felt, as you guys did in the studio, that might just be enough to give England the cushion from which they could go on and build. However, the way that they played after going 2-0 up, did it make you a little bit nervous, even before the Mexico game?
Yeah, and I said tonight about seeing the half out and going in and not conceding the goal was so important, and Mexico get the goal, and then all of a sudden it's back to the wall, and you think, well, can we get in at 2-1 here? And so I think the response from Mexico was brilliant, but I just think it was a soft free kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, which never a free kick.
Which the referee gave, but yeah, it was back to the wall, so it's
Saka there, it was absolutely brilliant there. He does to stop the cross, and then he don't even touch him. That is so soft. It's not a free kick, but then you've got to defend it well. And England didn't defend it well enough there. It's a really good finish.
If you watch Jude Bellingham, he switches off a little bit. He loses his man, and then he doesn't react quick enough, and then he might have been able to stop it, but he just switches off that split second, and sometimes that's the difference which can cost you the goal.
Brilliant finish though, and that set the stadium alight. You could feel it here. I mean, we're going to see the celebrations now. They are not out of this game. They're a really good team. It's been an excellent first half performance from both teams.
4 goals in this tournament then for Julian Quiñones. He's now Mexico's all-time joint top scorer at the World Cup. I have to say, England were kept in it by Jordan Pickford as well. At one stage, there was a spectacular save from him.
This is a dream World Cup save on the biggest stage. It really is. He'd already made an excellent save off Raul Jimenez earlier in the game. Jimenez here in the middle, gets good contact. Look at that. Great timing down to his left. Really good moment. Felt like England needed to get to the water break at 0-0. That was a key part to it there. Excellent timing. Such a composed save. Jordan Pickford can give off the impression that he's very much caught up in the emotion, but trust me, that is an excellent save. He doesn't throw his hand at the ball. He waits for it to come to him. Top save.
I'm out of breath. Roller coaster.
But it has been a roller coaster, and the reason is from an England point of view, there have been some incredibly nervy moments in that first half, particularly at that 2-1 up for England. Mexico created a lot of chances, but there were chances throughout that first half for them.
Yeah, they win the first contact, but then Jimenez, he's just alive. He don't get a clean contact on it. If he does, it probably goes to the back of the net. We was just all cheering in the studio when that went wide.
Good bodies though, good commitment, and this is a big save before half-time. Again, I talked about a dream save in that top corner. He's gone with his top hand. Great feet, excellent composure again. He's such a sharp goalkeeper when he's on it. Makes it look relatively easy, but it's a top save at a big moment for his team.
Wow. But they've seen again, Jimenez there winning the first contact, but Jude doesn't switch up on this one.
Yeah, but he does. He uses his man again. See, he uses his man, but then he reacts brilliant. So I think just having that concentration right from the start when the set piece is taken, he doesn't have to do this work. He reacts brilliant.
If you don't react, though, Munters does.
Yeah, no, it's a great clearance, but keeping that concentration.
Are you a bit concerned about the number of chances that England are giving up in this game, particularly as we head into the second half with just that one goal advantage?
Nervous, but I think it's been a really good performance from England. I think with the conditions which we spoke about before the game, with how brave they've been, you know, to get players forward into the penalty box, but also they have looked a little bit more compact. The one thing where I think they have struggled here was with crossing the box and with set pieces. So that's what I'm saying, we need to keep that concentration on set pieces.
So while you've been impressed with England's first half performance, let's hear now from Thomas Tuchel's assistant, Anthony Barry.
Well, Anthony, England do have the lead, but was there some frustration as to how the team managed the game at the end of that half?
No frustration. A full throttle match. Every minute feels like the 90th minute. We prepared our players that up until the first water break it would be a difficult game. We would have to suffer here. Mexico always start the game fast. We expected it. We knew at the water break that 0-0 would be a good result for us, and it was. From there, we had the quality to come into the game. Our two biggest moments and one of our biggest players scores. Jude does what he does. And then from there, it's disappointing to concede a goal from a set piece. You'd like to make it to half-time at 2-0. But we never. The opponent's playing well. It's a good game, and now we have 45 minutes to go.
Thanks, Anthony.
It's a really difficult line that he treads, Anthony Barry, when he gives these interviews, because they've been genuinely quite revealing, which presumably is not what the coaching staff want them to be.
Yeah, he's a scouser, he's honest, so he's an honest guy, and he's just saying what he sees, and I think, it's quite refreshing.
He looks wrung out, to be fair, after that 45 minutes.
I bet he is, because obviously that's a tough job to be assistant, and he wants to be in there with the players, giving the details and giving the information, so to have to come out, which is great for us, but to have to come out and do that interview is tough.
Now, from our dream team in the studio to this one.
To the dream team. Your top tier squad. Bad night for game 3 of Comedy All-Stars.
It's coming home! You're massively overusing that phrase.
I know I am. I'm nervous. Here's what's surprise coming. I'm the disc jockey. This World Cup, select your comedy dream team on BBC iPlayer.
Our next live game is Portugal against Spain. That's tonight at 7:30. You should be just about able to stay up for that one on BBC One and iPlayer. Coverage of Wimbledon continues from 11 AM. The Football Daily podcast is available to download. You can listen to that on BBC Sound. And England 2006, the Golden Generation, is available to watch on iPlayer. One of the stars of that documentary even has his own show.
You set alone, I'm about the money. Just understand that this is the only chance I have about making it.
Do you have any relationship with Assange? It's a British countryside speech.
Yeah. What does it say?
Roger Ray.
I believe in marriage, which is why I've done it 5 times.
I lost my way slightly for quite a while.
Genuinely, I don't know how I'd handle some things that I've experienced about music.
Louis threw into that. Watch this and much more from Louis on BBC iPlayer.
With England leading Mexico by 2-1 at half-time, we can join Alan Shearer from the commentary box. Alan, just give us an idea of what it's been like to be inside that stadium, inside the magnificent Azteca, silenced by those 2 England goals and then given hope by Mexico's reply.
It's just incredible. It really is a pleasure to be here. I've never seen anything like this in my life in any football stadium that I've been to. So it's great to be here. It's even better when you see England put in a performance like they have done for the vast majority of that half. They did the tough part, which we all thought the first 20 minutes, keeping it quiet. That was what the manager wanted them to do, and they did that. Go and Pickford had to make a good save in doing that, but then they played their way into the game. They managed the situation, I thought, really well. And if you just have a look at Bellingham's header, the way he comes from and the movement that he makes to get past the defender, but to make sure he gets on the end of that Saka cross is incredible, and I think that's where we can get our success. I've been crying out in the last 4 games for our wingers, whoever they've been, to go on the outside more instead of taking the easy option, which is cutting inside and whipping it with the other foot. The harder thing to do is to go on the outside. Gordon's did it on the left-hand side, and Saka did it brilliantly when he just digged that beautiful ball for Bellingham. It was just a shame that for the last few minutes they conceded and put themselves under a bit of pressure. But they're going to have to do exactly the same in the second half as what they did in the first half in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, Alan, they're certainly trying to keep the atmosphere going inside the stadium, even though it's going through half-time. They've got a light show on, they've got the music playing, and they're trying to keep that air of positivity for the Mexico fans. How do England tighten up to make sure that Mexico don't get the quality of chances that they got, particularly towards the end of that first half?
Well, it's going to be tough because with this quality of opposition and atmosphere, I've said during the first half, during the commentary, that you're going to have to suffer at times. But when they did do that, Pickford bailed them out. And as I said earlier, I don't think he's had his best tournament, but he's certainly making up for it tonight. He's made 2 brilliant saves. And when they get through you, you're going to have to rely on him because they're not going to keep them quiet for the first 45 or whatever it is, 50 minutes now.
Alan will be back with you very shortly for the second half. Thanks very much for now. So, all to play for in the second half. Thomas Tuchel's given some really important half-time team talks in this World Cup. Certainly in the opening game, the England players have spoken glowingly about what he said. What would you be saying, Wayne, if you were the boss going in at half-time?
Manage the game. I think this second half is all about the game management, and I think, you know, we know Mexico are going to come out again and try and start the second half. Can we manage the game, slow it down, frustrate the fans, get the fans on the Mexican team back, and then at the right moment, give the right moment to go forward and try and get that clear goal.
We've talked about the importance of in-game management. England obviously have a deep bench that they'll be able to use in the second half. Where do you think they'll be looking to make changes, if and when they do?
100%, and that's what Thomas Tuchel will be saying. He believes in this squad and they believe in each other. I think England can make the better changes. I think both wingers are going to run themselves out. Incredible defensive work they're putting in as well as their attacking work. I think they're going to need help in midfield. That's a really tough role. Everyone needs to be ready. Every single player in that squad needs to be able to represent tonight.
I think it's just about concentration as well, getting the instances right. In terms of the way the first half panned out, England went a little bit too deep at times, allowed them crosses in, and the really good crosses definitely committed as well within the first contact. So it's just about keeping the concentration and going forward at the right times.
I think that's fine when you go deep, as long as you stay together, but it's very important when you're deep and you defend your own box, there's still pressure on the ball. So you have to make sure there's pressure on the ball. We don't allow them to get close to the box where they look very dangerous.
We did say that Thomas Tuchel will be given an important half-time team talk. The England players still not showing any signs of coming out for this second half, so he's clearly got a lot to say to them. But that man there, Raul Jimenez, has caused real problems, hasn't he?
Absolute shark in front of KE and Conte. They're going to have to be so aware of him. Tuchel's balls in a bit excellent, but England are not slow. You know, they're going to give up chances, of course they are. It's kind of happened to this Mexico team.
I think what's different in today's game is Rice is playing to his strengths, where he's travelling from midfield. Bellingham is arriving late. Kane's linking up when he needs to. Saka's staying wide and putting crosses. So in terms of what England have done, it's been all positive. We just need to make sure the distances are correct now going forward in the second half.
I think a lot what we've done as well, we've kept the two full-backs back. I think in previous games we've seen the full-back going forward or moving into midfield. And now what we've done, we've kept the two full-backs back, so we have put the back four in place when we lose the ball.
I think that's the good thing about playing Conte as well. If we were playing someone like Spence in terms of what he wants to offer going forward, he did leave gaps at times, so Conte just sitting there just gives him a little bit more protection.
If England do manage to see it out against Mexico, then they will face Norway in the quarterfinals of the World Cup after they beat Brazil earlier on today, or late yesterday. With you for the second half of this one, Alan Shearer and Guillermo Green.
Thank you, Kerry. Welcome back, everyone. And just bear with me on this one. I know it's just gone 3 in the morning, but I have a list of things I have to do. And what better time, it says here, to scan the QR code on screen and take your TV licence, which of course you need to enjoy the World Cup on BBC television and iPlayer. There we go. Take that one off. A change for Mexico. The start of the second half.
Don't miss a ball.
With Erling Haaland and co. Martin Odegaard, etc. in the portable hours in Miami. Next Saturday awaits.
Seriously, it's fucking.
Looking for Romo.
It's just terrible with the fucking ball.
Goal kick. This is when the anxiety levels are on the rise, on and off the field. Totally understand that.
Come on, lads, I know we can do better than this. You fuck asking about me.
Desperate to get through.
No, look, they've got the ball back again.
Fucking chase.
Can't carry on like that.
Things have gone a bit foggy, don't ask anybody to adjust the pictures. Fireworks go off just before the start of the second half. Still lingering.
And now you know you get one quick
Bit of
double.
salt to inhale.
It's been frustrating, isn't it? We'll try and get the ball off him.
Sanchez. There's a stop by O'Reilly and cost of a throw. Vasquez.
There's so much about when they've got the ball, we just don't give a pass about.
Making way during the interval. We limp towards the locker rooms as
Come on.
Watkins warming up during the interval. Ollie Watkins was having a run around.
That's a fucking ball, man. Come on, lads, we can do better than this.
Dangerous Quinones. Yet far put by Gay. Gordon keeps that in, but he's got free space to gallop into. He's decided to not take up the options. Kane instead. Here comes Kwanzaa in support. Another ball too fly. It's about 40 yards, wasn't it? I've seen you travel before.
Come on, lads, that's all we got.
There's O'Reilly.
Oh, unlucky.
Missed by all in the middle. Saka. That was a bit more than shoulder, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It's just a throw.
It was missed by all as well. Brilliant from O'Reilly. Keane can't get there and Saka's hacking out.
If he had anticipated that, Haaland letting it through his legs, didn't know.
Should have been in there, should have been attacking it.
It's going to come to Nico O'Reilly. Off the post. Saka. Kwanzaa's cross. Ended on the attack at the start of his second half.
He might not have got that connection that he wanted, but it didn't matter. O'Reilly. Because he gets
It's a
enough
shame
power
that
on
never
it.
went in.
Keeper got down really slow. He's so unlucky that it hits the post and comes back out.
Positive England start to this second half. Saka. Kwanzaa.
Let's get forward with it.
It's Gay. Gordon. Running in the box. Gordon pulls it across forehand, but it was uncomfortable to take under control.
Let's get the ball back.
Leo. The approach at the start of the game was to contain, to keep it easy and slow in their own half from England. Now it's to frustrate Mexico another way.
Yeah, you can see there's huge belief down there that they can go and get another goal or two. And they're going to have to. Keep on doing what they're doing and keep opening Mexico up. Chances will come.
He got that. Is the target. Bellingham. He is a target now.
Go on, lad, get it in the back of the net. I knew that. I knew it would happen. Okay.
Just goes past 3 or 4 defenders with ease. Great skill. They couldn't get anywhere near him.
Yeah, that was unlucky. I think that would have been a good goal if he could have scored. Let's get a ball back. Come on, lads, let's have another go.
Gordon, he's been upended. And that is going to be a free kick. Well, it's all going off on the touchline. Oh, they're scrapping, they're punching, they're doing whatever. Because the Mexican bench, they think it was a terrible tackle from Quanser. It wasn't. I thought he timed it really well. He had to go in and he had to win it. But that bench didn't agree with the tackle, and they were all up, causing chaos with the England bench as well.
Aguirre stands calmly to try and make his point, but they weren't very calm behind him. There was a real coming together. Oh, I'll tell you what. I
know he gets the ball, but his foot is high. There's no doubt about that.
He comes off the top of the ball and goes planting into the left leg of Gallardo. And they might not have got that in the right way, but the Mexico bench had a point.
They did. First viewing, I still look.
You know, this could be trouble with General Quanser in England.
I thought that it was one of those challenges where you can slide in and take the ball, but he's taken the ball with his left knee, but he's gone really high with that first right foot. And it's a nasty, nasty challenge. I think it'll be fortunate if he gets away with this, because it looks horrible as well.
It hasn't taken long for the referee to have a look and make up his own mind. Let's hear what he has to say. I fear the worst. There we go. England are going to have to try and do this. General Quanser becomes the 4th England player to be sent off in a World Cup match. Well, let's bring in our refereeing expert.
I'm just not a left
World Cup final assistant referee Darren Cannon for his verdict. Darren, what do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a clear red card. Quanser does play the ball.
I think it deserved the yellow, not a red.
Then he goes through, and you can clearly see the starts on the shin. Referee Fagani has no choice whatsoever to issue the red card. This is now the 13th player to be sent off at the World Cup, and this is 100%
He got the red card, obviously.
Thank you, Darren. Thomas Tuchel is already trying to rejig the tactics that Mexico are crying out right now. The right back curse has struck again.
Everything he could have done in that position has just gone wrong, hasn't it? Right back, whether it's not being able to get players onto the pitch, playing there, or injuries, or whatever it's been a nightmare for him.
And he was having a good game.
He was. Don't think he had any complaints.
Another one comes in from Alvarado. It's Harry Kane who got to the ball, and there's a late challenge there, which England are now going to be up in arms about themselves and go, oh, there's something to say to Kane. Oh, this has started now. Nobody's going to bed now. Gordon went down first of all. Kane gets it away. That's just a foul. There's no more than that.
Exactly. It's brilliant play from Harry Kane, though. The way he watches that ball. The way he's got the line of it straight away. I know that's his job at that front post, but he did it really, really well there.
Free kick for England.
The original tackle, you know, from Quanser, I thought was one of those sliding ones.
Oh, deflection on the O'Reilly shot. That's what carried it closer to goal.
I thought he didn't strike it as well as he wanted to. But just going back to the red card, when he's sliding in and I thought he took the ball first. I know he did, but he
don't
can't
think it
answer
deserved
that.
the
I
red.
asked
I
all
think it
the
deserved the
replay.
yellow.
Worried that that was going to happen, and you can't complain. It is a red.
No, we've got the ball. Try and
Had it all
keep
to
it.
do at the start. They have a lot more to do now. Mexico have the extra man, but let's not forget, as things are, England have the extra goal.
No,
This is going to be hard.
on.
Mexico standing right up for this now.
Come on, lads.
Well, they haven't changed
Let's
anything
get
in
the
the
ball.
minute. Thomas Tuchel just great to bring John
Come on,
Stones on.
lads. Come on, don't just throw the ball. Come on. Come on.
Again, until the shot. That was trapped. Now England will make the change. Who's going to be the player who has to make way? It's going to be Bukayo Saka. John Stones will come on, presumably to go alongside Gahey at centre back, and Ezri Konsa will play in that fated right back role. If you are going to have a son to come on in this situation, you couldn't ask for one with a great deal more experience than this one.
He's going to have to use all of that experience. Just when we're seeing England have made a positive start to the second half.
I'll be positive now. Gordon gets in front of the keeper. It's a penalty. Anthony Gordon just too quick for goalkeeper Raul Rangel. Another crazy twist in this tumultuous contest.
Brilliant. Anthony Gordon. Good centre-forward play from Harry Kane. And not giving the defender the opportunity to clear that ball, a bit of nuisance. But watch Gordon's reaction. How quick he is onto that when that ball falls to him. Look at his eyes on the ball there. And his reaction to get to it first, ahead of the keeper.
There's no doubt about that one.
And he wins that penalty for England.
There aren't many Mexico complaints about that one. They have to take this one on the chin. Referee's now getting a little bit more agitated. He's asked them twice. As Harry Kane waits to take possession of the ball and to try and give 10-man England invaluable breathing space.
What an opportunity this is. We said about them making a good start. Then the red card and now this. Goodness me, it's had everything already this game, hasn't it?
Jude has the ball, but he will give it to his captain now. Scored at the second attempt in game one against Croatia. Stuttering run, made the keeper leave his line. Almost looked as though it was planned. Not a problem second time round. Then you think back to the Qatar World Cup in 2022. But it was a problem second time round. Of a nation on his broad shoulders. He's been there before. And he's done it again. There is nobody else in the whole wide world of football you would want for your country in that situation.
Cool, calm, deadly. Look at the eyes. Look how focused he is. Picks his spot. Keeper goes the right way. No chance. Brilliant penalty. Mexico 1, England 3. The job is far from done yet. Mexico are making a change. Making it clear, in fact, both in midfield, Gilberto Mora and Luis Roma have been replaced. They're putting on the Milan striker, Santiago Jimenez, and Brian Gutierrez has also come on. So 2 midfielders off, 2 forward players on. That's how it's going to be for Mexico. We know what's going to be done by England.
And what an opportunity to find themselves in. It's a great reaction. Said how tough it was going to be, and it still is. Still a lot of work to be done, but they've put themselves into a really promising position.
He's taken himself to 6 goals at this World Cup, 1 behind the terrific trio of Messi, Mbappe and Haaland.
Anyone who's been watching today, we know that.
He's been called out as Kevin. Free kick England. 14th World Cup goal, Harry Kane. It's okay as we speak again. As the free kick is taken to Anderson and back to Mark. That's misplaced. Gutierrez. He will find Quinones. Support from Gallardo. Gallardo's cross is absolutely smothered by John Stones. Welcome to the game.
That was.
Here. Pickford decided that's it, and it was. Gutierrez again. This time it's blocked by Bellingham, and Pickford has it in his gloves. Mexico inquiring about a possible Bellingham handball.
Gutierrez straight on as well. Pickford's alert. As he was for the punch as well. He had to come and claim it.
Just relieve a bit of the tension. Alan, is pressure still for Thomas? Oh, goodness me, what a gear. I think it's for other things as well. As Gordon makes a break. It was really well timed. Going to do a lot by himself. Stopped by Johan Vasquez.
It was a really positive game, Anthony Gordon. Even his movement there for that ball and running behind was brilliant. And he's going to have to do more of that. Because when England get that ball, that's going to be the outball for him.
Come on. Come on, you need the ball. Come on.
There's Anderson. Straight away into Santiago Jimenez. You can hear the England fans now. Quinones. Gallardo. It's half a yard away from Kansas Stones. Boot on it. Ball behind. Mexico corner.
Good positioning. There's all of that experience now again.
Stokes have got up ahead
Yeah,
of the
that
lead.
will get you good.
Alvarado. Quinones.
So keep on him. Keep on him.
Popped out the man at the back. Really good ball in. Flipped it now towards Alvarez. Came on
Got
to
it
knock
on.
it away. Mexico appeals. Arms outstretched by the players, so the crowd joined in, and now Quinones has got a free kick way back. Falls to the floor by Bellingham. I think the ref's putting on a good display of trying to show he's in control, but it must be getting more difficult.
Well, you mentioned pressure
Another
before.
goal,
He's
so
going to be under
goal.
huge pressure because this crowd are getting on to him for everything. They're appealing for everything. He's going to have to stay as calm as anyone. That's what they were complaining about. They thought Kane had clipped Gutierrez, but he hadn't.
you'll enjoy this, has equalled another record. Harry Kane has now 6 knockout goals at the World Cup, level with Erling Haaland. Good. Mexico with the free kick. There's a VAR check going on, we're just told, for a possible penalty, and he's going to go and have a look at it. Well, that's what the Mexico players were asking about a short time ago.
Stupid.
This is the referee.
Fucking
The
stupid.
Senegal game seems an age ago that was advised to go and look at the screen. He stuck to his original decision. What about this one?
That's not a penalty.
That's a kick of the foot. That's not a penalty for me.
I know it ain't.
It does
Watch him give it.
but not enough to give the penalty, mate. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's not a penalty.
A clear and
That's
obvious
just too
error
much.
made by the referee.
That's not a penalty.
You might be looking at this thinking I missed it in real time. As you said, we had him in one of the first games, didn't we, when he didn't give Mbappe that penalty despite goal to the screen.
Let's see how he is now.
That's not a penalty. That's not a penalty.
Yes, it is a penalty.
No, it's not a penalty. That ain't a fucking penalty. How much has it been fucking paid to say that?
In the first group game,
that's not a fucking penalty. How's that a penalty? Watch. Exactly.
it is a foul within the penalty box.
It's not a penalty.
This is the only referee who has been sent to the monitor this World Cup and actually stuck with the decision. That was the France-Senegal game.
That's not a penalty.
But on this occasion, it is the correct decision. Penalty kick.
Oh, did it take for him to fucking decide that?
I don't agree with that. I don't think that's a clear and obvious error. The referee didn't see it. There's a little touch in there, not enough for a penalty.
Exactly.
We've never had this much
It's not a fucking touch.
Just gone 3:30 in the morning, have we? Mexico penalty to try and take the gap back to 1 again, and then who knows what happens from there.
I don't know.
Raul Jimenez. Scored his last dozen penalties that he's taken for his country. None have been as important as this
That's
one.
up to fucking say it. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking penalty man, fucking.
Just going the other way, trying to get back across as quickly as he could. He wasn't far away, but far away enough. 3-2. You saw the goal celebrated by the great Mexican boxer Canelo Alvarez. His team have got back up the canvas. England trying to land another blow. Run to the ball, Rocky goes in to get it back. Kane. Down, no free kick. Stop the game. But Riley's still down over on that far touchline. I did tell you this referee would play a big part in the game, didn't I? You've had that feeling since breakfast. I just think because of the situation, because of the atmosphere, the energy and everything else in this stadium, it's going to be very, very difficult for a referee on this occasion. And that's proven the point. But as we should say, if it's the right decision, it's the right decision. It was certainly the right penalty from Jimenez. I didn't think it was the right decision. I didn't think it was a clear and obvious error. I didn't think there was enough to turn it over. Gets the red card right, absolutely, albeit by going to the screen, fine. But I didn't agree with the penalty that he gave to Mexico.
Let's go against the general ethos of the competition, which has been minimum interference. The
to benefit, and as the players broke the hydration break there, Jorge Sanchez has got a yellow card after claiming that he'd been struck by Nico O'Reilly. Let's just stay with this just for a moment. It is a booking for Sanchez, and that's how it's stayed. He's saying, you can see quite clearly, saying that O'Reilly elbowed him. Let's hope VAR don't get involved for this one. This was very straight on for, wasn't it?
Just a bit. It's a really, really tough environment. The referee's running over. I think he's giving O'Reilly a yellow card as well, just
yes. He has. It's a yellow card for Nico O'Reilly as well. So here is the second half hydration break, and I think we all need to take a moment or two. 7:30 tonight, you might as well pull the all-nighter and all-dayer and go straight through. It's Portugal against Spain. That's on BBC One and iPlayer. What a game. Although we'll have to go Sunday match this one. And then 1 AM tomorrow, I don't think you can quite go the whole lot without any rest. The United States against Belgium. And that is also on BBC One and iPlayer. And look at the QR code on screen now. If you want to skip it and have your say on who stood out for you, you can with BBC Sports Player Rater. And we just need to take a breather for a moment. So let's bring in Joe Hart to take the reins from us.
Gentlemen, my thoughts on all three decisions. I think the referees come to the right decision. I know Alan is very keen to say that wasn't a penalty, and obviously everyone's got their opinions, but I felt every single one that I saw them, including the penalty that we got, as soon as I saw the replays, my heart was in my mouth. I thought Wanda deserved to go. I thought Kane didn't get anything with the ball, and I thought Gordon got took out. So tough, but it's going to be a heck of a last half an hour.
Thank you, Joe. It really is. Never have I been more thankful for any sort of hydration break. I tell you what, he was running out of breath at half time, and he's not even at this altitude. Micah, what do you think?
Oh, what a game. I'm absolutely loving it. I know back home for us, it's half free, but the energy is still there. I just want to talk about the penalties. I mean, the pressure penalties. Kane stepped up, took it to the left of the keeper, absolutely brilliant. And then the moment for Jimenez stepping up for his country, sliding away. What a game we have. I'm thirsty for more.
Thank you, Micah. Well, you're going to get more. One more quarter to go. The elbow of Nico O'Reilly there. We can't actually see that right now. That's what's being looked at. Hydration break probably came at the right time for that as well.
It did. Any time for England to take a break, you're going to have to use it.
There we go. Reinforcement needed at the back to try and see this through. There is going to be a memorable moment in Dan Burns' career. He's coming on for England. It's Elliot Anderson who's gone off, so one from the engine room goes. And one to bring valuable height at the back comes on. Nico O'Reilly's actually gone off, so that's who Dan Burn will ostensibly be coming on for. Jet Spence coming on as well. Those are the two England changes. Can they see it through for the final? Well, the clock says 74-30, I know that, but we get to 16 minutes, it's going to be more like 26. Time at the back for England.
Know why that's Dan Burns leaving the back to try and shore up, because they're going to be under huge pressure for the remaining minutes of this game.
So, everything at England with the extra player.
You've got the ball back now.
Yeah, I know. That's Gutierrez has been a real difference since coming on. Vera.
Keep him up, keep him up.
Alvarez. Vera to Gallardo. Jimenez. This has gone deep with it. Gordon just lost his bearings momentarily. Jet Spence puts his foot right through it to get rid. We get the ambitious England football now.
Come on, let's go down.
Did well on Pickford. Lever with a switch again to Gallardo. Concert to try and beat him and stop him. Gallardo in. There's Kane, that was cool. So too from Bellingham.
Come on.
As tough as it is, that's what they have to be careful of now, is that they've got that many men back defending, is that when they clear the ball, you've got no one there to try and keep hold of it. And it's just coming straight back at them.
Come on, we need the ball, we need somebody to get them off.
Ball into the box, Gallardo does it again. Acrobatic attempt from Santiago Jimenez, probably not what was required there. Each other's way, didn't they? And again England clear it. And again Mexico come back. Alvarado. Turns his Spence as well as shot it the second time. Lever. Goes Concert.
We need the ball. Come on, lads, we need the ball.
Gallardo. Quinones. Trying to stop it. Alvarez.
Come on, lads, we need the ball off them.
Gutierrez.
Come on, get the ball, go for the
Gutierrez fancies this. Concert. I'm absolutely sure that it wasn't going to get far. Gutierrez, another one in. It's Dan Burn who heads it away. That's what we're going to see. Wide crosses in.
Nobody's trying to get the ball off him.
Gallardo should be able to get it over this time. He does. And Spence decides he has to do that. I think he did. Behind for a corner.
Come on.
Under huge pressure in England, but with some result if they're able to hold on here. It's going to make another change now. Jorge Sanchez is going off, having received the ball just before the last break, and Alvaro Fidalgo comes on. He scored in injury time in Mexico's 3-0 win against Chile. Pickford gets one hand to it. Corner on the other side.
Come on, lads, we need the ball.
You have to do more of that, Jordan Pickford. His defenders still get rid of it. He's going to have to do that as well. This is going to be intense and mental.
Come on,
to Gallardo. And Stones to say, try it again. The short one to Fidalgo. Well, he's taking plenty of time over this.
Come on.
Does right into the box when it's flipped. Go for an England throw-in.
Hallelujah, we're finally getting the ball.
One direction on it from Edson Alvarez. That was brilliant defending from here. He does well. He just does enough to get in there and turn him off. Jed Spence is understanding it. They're really slowly across the table. The officials will be on all of those every time they happen. Coming thick and fast, the Mexico changes. Guillermo Martinez to come on, another forward player.
Come on, lads, we need the ball back.
It is attack-free defence now. It is, and that's the way it's going to stay. Defend for their lives.
Come on, lads, we need the ball.
The reward is huge if they can get through it for England. Lever. Alvarado. Nice didn't get it, Bellingham and drop back and gets the thumbs up and equalises if it's the ball out of play. Here's that exchange. Julian Quinones going off, so it is more or less like the line. On comes Guillermo Martinez. Well, not quite, he is an up-and-out 6'3" centre forward. One of yours, More firepower. Yeah. That's comes and was hit over the bar.
So frustrating. What the kicking out for fuck's sake, because next time they hold it back.
Santiago Jimenez in there. Now if the ball go long, hope it stays away from their own penalty area for as long as it can. Well, that's how they got the goal. Now it's Kane trying to battle and scrap and taking up the pieces like Gordon.
Okay, now what a waste that was. We need the ball for fuck's sake.
Well, we wanted a good game this evening. Well, the early hours had slightly more than we thought, isn't it? It's been incredible.
What a waste that was. Look at it, actually.
Who knows what's in store for the looking at Santiago Jimenez picked the ball, catching, falling for a
So
second.
frustrating. Fucking frustrating.
Spence.
Right.
Rice.
They've got the ball now. Let's move on to it and get it going.
He's not going to chase it. So he shouldn't. Not far it's that far over your head. He's got to get back in, defend, and try and help his midfielders out. Gallardo. Brilliant tackle there from Jet Spence. Stopped a huge goal scoring opportunity for Mexico. That was. He read it so well. And a sliding tackle, last ditch tackle from Jet Spence. Leo.
Lucky this one.
Gallardo. Another one to be put into the box for a goal out from the corner because Consa made the block. I think he should be a goal kick. Well,
Come on, lads, we need the ball back.
intervening, but I think, oh, they have done it. It is going to be a goal kick. Consa was right, he went straight to the referee to say it. Didn't come off him last. This is brilliant tackle from Jet Spence. Brilliant.
Frustrating.
Kane. He's Bellingham. Looks the other way. Consa muscles his way in front of Raul Jimenez and was out there. Free kick for England. Two really good pieces of defending from Consa. One that you just saw where he actually got the goal kick for England and really, really strong there. Not giving Jimenez any space whatsoever. He's got the free kick. Danbula's joined him. Rice has to get this one right. Straight towards Burr.
Right, let's try and get the ball back.
Bellingham comes away with it. Spence to the left. Spence. Too much for Kane. Now Mexico will come and can't speed.
Come on, lads. Let's close this down.
Who gets it across to Alvarez. Another run for Alvarado at Jet Spence. Another left-footed ball into the box. Ball, Mexico appeals for a penalty. Rice wanders away with it. Daly. Into Mexico territory. More heroic defending from and that's still Ajax. Still Ajax. This is going to be the issue. Not just the balls into the box, but what happens once they're in there.
Come on, lads. I want them to get forward.
Hidalgo. Jeffrey. Commanding his penalty.
Come on, lads, we need the ball.
For the second time.
We need the ball for God's sake. They're just done the ball. Fuck's sake.
Alvarado. Lero. It's collected by Raul Jimenez, and he's met by John Stones and now Bellingham. Well, the flag is up for offside, so he would have a free kick anyway.
Everyone's playing their part defensively, and they're going to have to.
What is it? 8-6 minutes.
Not giving no skips whatsoever.
Come on, England, just one more
Taking a
goal.
bit of pressure off the defenders as well.
Decided to do things the other way around, and they're just getting out.
Dear me, who made a bad call?
Tell you what, was thrown out for his team, England. A minute though, Portal with it. Doing it so well, England. Sticking together. Getting the body and throwing at everything.
If you look at the score, I think that gives you a good summation of what's happened. You've only just seen the half of it. There will be a full reruns, as you said there.
So frustrating.
Mexico 2, England 3, England then to
Come on,
Gerald
Max.
Francis second. There's Gallardo. Gallardo in Stones stays balanced. Thompson.
Come on, we need to go back. Come on, come on. Just stand there, man. Try and fucking get it off him. Don't just stand there. No need to try and get it off him, man. So just stand in the wall.
That's coming left footed and Burns there to fling himself ahead away. Now it's Vidal. Stopped from shooting by Bellingham. Kane stopped from advancing, but no free kick. Jimenez. To Gallardo. Kennedy's header. Then one from Gordon.
Getting on the end of everything. England players balls up really.
You just need to get the ball in the game and get it fucking forward instead of messing it out.
Gutierrez. Hidalgo. Hidalgo shot his straight at Pickford. He's been wanting to try that for a while. You can see
Don't kick it out for God's sake. Just pass it to a fucking player.
Good strike, good straight at him.
Not kick it out. Watch him kick it out. Watch us lose it. You're looking awesome.
We are in the 90th minute at the Azteca, the imposing Azteca Stadium. England are making another change. Harry Kane is coming off. Morgan Rogers to come on. To run and run and run. Yeah. He's trying to keep hold of the ball. That's what he's got on there for. Harry's cleared his pass. John Stones with the free kick. Bellingham. Over the keeper. Goes back in the minute. Steve the foul. Free kick Mexico. We wait to see the ball, and here it comes, and there will be a minimum 11 minutes added on.
11?
Alvarez with the next cross in. Pickford.
For fuck's sake, don't kick it out. Just pass it from the table or the upper bounce it. It's taking forever.
Such is his ability. Playing a huge part of what England are trying to do.
It's it out again. Oh, get it. you need the ball? For fuck's sake, don't just...
They're doing it so well. Stopping the crosses. When the crosses are going in, they're heading it out. All the keepers coming for it. Gutierrez. To put it in for Mexico. Pickford decides it's his. And it was again. Here's Fidalgo. Comes and Gutierrez, I think by seeing right to start to advance, has come into them. There's a terrible ball in. Much to the relief of him and the England defenders. 2 minutes down, 9 to go. Well, that put up with so much England. Talk about the altitude, the conditions, the atmosphere, the energy in this stadium. So if, and I know it's a big if, they can get through this, it would be ranked as one of England's greatest performances, I think. The way they're battling and sticking together, it's so impressive. They deserve it.
Come on, Max, you want the ball back, don't you? No keeper, don't lose it.
Now here's Jude Bellingham, who thinks he's seen the keeper off his line. He did. He got it on target.
That was a really good goal.
Going straight back.
Come on, lads, we need the ball back. Right, no one's got the ball, we need to try and get it back. So that we can come forward with it. Come on, that's the fuck out of the light.
Stones got the call from Pickford, you don't have to bother. He just managed to dump his head out of it. They'll keep doing the same thing, Mexico. On either side.
Let's pick it up again and watch his rules because of it. Instead of fucking just passing it to me, just play on the ground. He's done it again. We've lost it again. Fuck's sake. What is it with fucking Pickford? Why can't you just pass it to the nearest player on the fucking ground and get forward with it? Fuck's sake. Let's try and... Something kicks it out, we end up fucking losing it again. Giving it back to them. Fucking stupid. Now we need to get the ball back. Let's try and get the ball back. Come on. Come on, don't let's fuck out the ball.
Still going, still pushing, still closing down.
So frustrating to watch. Just stood about instead of trying to get the ball. need the ball back. Come on, lads. What the fucking fuck asking about for? Come on, lads.
Concentration levels at the max for England players. Now was Jimenez, and he got just underneath it, taps it over the top. Another attack comes to nothing for Mexico. Yeah, that's difficult.
What, yeah, that's 6 now. Is it not 6? That's 6 minutes. 101 minutes. Before the final.
Still looking strong and defending well.
No, don't, no. Oh.
Just keeps it in. And wins a throw.
Well, that was from Master Keeper this time. But don't keep kicking out when you don't fucking need to. Fuck's sake.
Well, if you got him in a corner, get the throw in. The memory part that the assistant referee from Vasquez gets him a booking.
No wonder our manager's going deaf like he is.
It's another one for Jordan Henderson for interfering from the touchline. Bellingham. Rogers. Won't go behind for a throw. Leaves it for Mark Gay. He's going to go all the way back to Pickford.
He's going to kick it out again and we're going to lose it.
Morgan Rogers has his eyes on this. Vasquez with it.
You see what I mean? I didn't need to do that.
Just both of us are next to keep swiveling to the clock either side. One to the left, one to the right. We're both doing the same thing. How long
Come on, lads. We need the ball.
Jets back, another really good tackle. It's gone behind for a corner, but he had to stop the cross. The subs have worked, you know. Burns done his job up to now. Stones has. That guy there has. Jed Spence making crucial tackles. Desperate at times, but got to do it, and they're doing it well. 2 minutes to go. It's 10 versus 10 just for the moment.
You need the ball.
Swung in flat. Still a danger, but Pickford makes sure.
Why is he taking too long to get it out? You could have fucking passed it to me as a player. And you could have fucking run forward with it. Fucking trying to end it. Did he kick it out again?
Run himself into the ground. As well as he scores. Until their last breaths in this game. Spence got a touch on that. Burr. Away will do.
You just fucking stop playing instead of fucking kept. You should have kept going for the fucking ball.
Another one will go over to Gallardo. It's just stopping Conza from getting out to him as quickly as he wanted to.
Come on, lads, we need the ball back. Come on.
Alvarado. The back is Jimenez.
Let's try and get the ball back. Come on, lads.
Bellingham will give chase.
Let's not mess about. Come on.
Held away from the ball over like Eric Lera. Gutierrez.
Come on, lads.
Fidalgo. Counting down in seconds now.
Come on, that's it. Come on.
By Gordon. Brilliant. Still at it, still closing down. Gutierrez finds a way out to the right to Alvarado again. Jet Spence can't stop that one. Jimenez! And it's just wide!
Oh, thank God for that. Come on, come on.
Stones!
What
What a tackle, John Stones. They're doing what they've been asked to do, but they've done it so well. One last opportunity.
Goalkeeper's up. Raul Rangel has come forward. Up goes Dan Burner flicking away. Jimenez back in. It comes off Gueye. Another heroic block. It's behind for another Mexico corner.
No, blood of whistle. Look at it, 101 minutes.
Just look at the attitude.
It should be full time
It's
now.
absolutely incredible, putting their bodies on the line, chucking themselves at everything. Nowhere past.
Come on, ref, blood of whistle.
Yeah, we go again. Plunging dangerously, Pickford gets rid of the ball. The referee goes to his whistle. It is one of the greatest results in England's World Cup history.
It's so frustrating to watch.
Mexico do not lose here. Not on their patch. Not in their temple. They do tonight. A first ever win against a host nation. A first ever win at this arena. 40 years on from the hand of God. The hands of fate have smiled this time. And it's on to Miami. And a quarter-final date with Norway. Alan, 3 Lions, 26 heroes.
Wow. They have represented their country in magnificent form tonight. Every single player, the right attitude, everything that could have gone against them and was thrown at them. The history of this place, the energy, the altitude, they've got past all of that. And they thoroughly deserved it, because that is an incredible performance from start to finish. When they're under the cosh, the manager made the right substitutions. The subs came on, they did their job. What an incredible night. They deserve it, England. They've been absolutely superb.
Nobody should ever have that much drama at 4 o'clock in the morning. Mexico 2, England 3.
Then you'll find, Gandalf, that that's when all the best drama happens. Still got nearly an hour left if you're out in the pub to go and get yourself a drink. The pubs are closing at 5 o'clock this morning. If you've stayed up at home, hopefully that was entertaining enough for you. There was so much in that game. Penalty decisions at both ends of the pitch, a red card. We had 5 goals in the game. England are through to the quarter-finals of the World Cup, where they will play Norway after they beat Brazil earlier on yesterday. There was everything in that game, Wayne, and those England players looked exhausted.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I think that was one of the greatest results, performances. They showed attitude, grit, desire, everything you wanted in an England team. They showed it tonight, because going to 10 men, we knew it was going to be difficult, and we sat in, and I was worried that we sat in a little bit too deep, too early. But they put the bodies on the line. I thought Andy Gordon, I thought the centre-backs, Jordan Pickford, were outstanding. So, yeah, I think we deserved it just for the desire. And I thought we were the better team until the red card. And then we showed a lesson in getting the ball out the box, getting to the ball blocking.
Both went to the fucking ball, it was a penalty. The rest of it was a penalty. Both went to the ball. It's just that one got his foot up there first before the other.
Honestly, Kelly, what day is it right now? That's so much.
Monday morning, Joe.
So much has gone on in the last however many hours we've been on air. But that is absolutely unbelievable. What's the feeling those boys are feeling right now? But fair play to them, they showed everything, as well as just touched on their grit, determination. They showed a lot of quality as well to get themselves in the lead. Jarrell Kwanzaa, I feel for him. He was having a good game for England, just over the top of the ball, that red card. They've talked about the unity, they've talked about the desire to be there for each other, and they showed it tonight. Subs coming on, incredible.
Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? It was worth the 2-hour build-up. Definitely. I mean, it was just exceptional. I think in that, look at the scenes here. This is brilliant. I said before the game,
Canada and Mexico,
make the country proud of serving them that tonight. Fans have turned out in their numbers. That man on your screen there, Gordon, was outstanding. A lot of talk about should he be starting or not. It was a perfect game for him. It really was. He was aggressive in his press, did his defensive work, and just look at that unity. Absolutely outstanding.
We've seen that each team at the World Cup has got a song that they sing with their fans at the end of their game, and for England, it's Wonderwall.
Let's have a little listen to this.
New Jersey in 2 weeks' time. Standing in their way, Brazil in the London, and that's going to be Norway, then possibly Argentina, and then if it's France in the final, that would be the England path. At this moment, looking at England and the way they coped with lots of different situations across that game, do they look like they're able to cope with anything at the moment?
They're in a battle, there's no doubt about it. We've seen more quality in the World Cup from other teams. I think that's fair to say, but England just showed something. They've got the big moments. They've got Bellingham, they've got Kane who are stepping up when it really matters. Obviously, really disappointed seeing Vladimir speaking there about his Mexican team being incredible this tournament. I just think anyone who's played sport at any level, team sport, can identify with what's going on right now because they've just been through the trenches together with their family, with their friends, with their team. What unbelievable feeling to do it, guys.
And the crowd has been excellent. The noise has been really good. You've seen that sort of unity that they have there as well. And let's not forget, there's a lot of pressure from Mexico coming into this game as well, and they delivered in terms of putting on a show. Couldn't get it over the line. In the end, the best team won, for England. I think it was better in the first half in terms of the way they played, but it was all about the battle, the way they battled in that second half.
Yeah, England were never going to get it their own way all tonight. And I thought the first half was a very good performance. And then coming up against the goal to 10 men, obviously then going to 3-2 and then having to dig in. This game was always going to be such a difficult game for England to get through. But the importance of this game, this will give the players, the coaches, the manager, and now the fans as well. This will give them belief that we can go all the way and win this tournament. And we've heard other countries, the media in other countries saying that England haven't been great. But what this has shown, that we've got a team there who are capable of winning this World Cup, who are capable of getting through difficult situations, and the belief this will give to their players is going to be huge.
Tuchel said, as we go deeper into the tournament, you'll see the real England, and that's, I think, what we saw tonight. In terms of Mexico, the way they set up tactically, there's always going to be space for England to run, and they had to capitalise on that, and they really did. We don't want to go overboard, but they really should be proud of that performance tonight. They really should.
But the big players tonight, I know, listen, the whole team were excellent, I thought, in different ways in terms of having to dig in and defend, but when you need these big players, you think the spine of the team, Jordan Pickford, I thought the two centre-backs were really good tonight. Declan Rice in the middle of the pitch, I thought was excellent. And then Bellingham and Kane, they really turned up tonight, and we need that in the rest of the games.
Let's get back into the Aztec, and then it is a scene of some iconic moments over the decades since it first opened. Alan Shearer, was this one such moment for England?
Oh, absolutely. I thought I mean, every single player, the players he brought onto the pitch were absolutely outstanding, fighting for their country in what is such a tough atmosphere in an iconic ground. And down to 10 men, wow, I just thought every single one of them was superb.
What was it that particularly impressed you? Was it about the different ways or the different problems that they had to solve throughout that game and the way they dealt with it? Was it about their resilience? What was it?
Everything. I thought everything was just superb. I just thought from the off, the way they tried to manage the game, their energy, the way they took the game to Mexico, as I said, in really difficult circumstances, and then to get the goals, and then to be hurt so soon afterwards, going into half time with that goal to make it 2-1. Then I thought the start to the second half was really positive, but then to get the red card and the penalty, and it's like, oh, what's going against us again? But I just thought the way they stuck together in their attitude, and the manager's substitutions to go 3 at the back or 5 at the back and defend us the way they did. And Pickford, who had a brilliant game, I was critical of him in the DR Congo game, but I thought his 2 or 3 saves today, and also when he was coming out and taking the pressure off his defenders as much as he could. I just thought every single one of them was superb.
Wayne was saying that this is the kind of result and performance that can give England fans belief, England players belief, the whole England setup belief. Do you think that's how they celebrated, and do you have belief?
Yeah, I do. We've been waiting for them, because I said I think they probably only had, before today's game, that one good half against Croatia in the second half, and they've had their moments and pieces of brilliance from Harry and from Jude Bellingham. But I think the performance tonight was pretty much perfect. I thought that the questions that they were asked, and there's been so much talk about the altitude and everything else that the players had to deal with, and they've dealt with that, and they've dealt with other knockbacks as well. But this was a standout performance. This is a performance that can carry them forward and can give them belief in the hope that they can achieve something in this competition.
And Norway next, Alan.
Yes, and Norway next. Yeah, absolutely. We caught bits of that game when we're on the way to the stadium today, and that big man up front again, didn't he? Scores on havoc. He's scoring goals, and it looks as if it'll be a shootout between Kane and Haaland.
Alan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the evening at the Azteca. We're into the early hours of the morning here. Everybody who stayed up to watch this game, who wanted England to win it, will be delighted with what they see, delighted with the result that England have. It is Norway up next for England. We will start to look ahead a little bit more. But England made their life very difficult at the start of that second half when they went down to 10 men. And so often there is a scapegoat when England exit tournaments. And this time around, it felt like it might be Joel Ponza.
Yeah, and it's not been in the situation he's been in, and it's not easy. It's not an easy situation for him. It is a red card. It's reckless, and it's high, so it's a red card. But I feel for him, because knowing what he's going through in that dressing room as the game's going on, it's such a horrible feeling. You think, luckily for me, we went out, but he hopefully has got another chance in this World Cup. But yeah, it's not a nice feeling, and thankfully his teammates have helped him get through that sticky situation for him.
We're going to hear now from Harry Kane. Here's Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, huge congratulations. What a contest, what a win. But I just firstly wanted to ask you what's happened over there by the England goal, because there looks to be some concern.
Yeah, Jordan, my voice is gone. Henlo just fell over there. I think he's okay. Just trying to do his job.
Okay, well, as for the performance, I think it says it all, the fact that your voice is gone. That was some contest to watch. What on earth was it like to play in?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. We had to fight. We had to fight something. Yeah, I've just been sitting there. I can't really talk. But, yeah, on the occasion, the team, everything against us, we found a way.
I was going to say, is that what pleases you the most, the resilience today? Because even your penalty, a word on that as well, not the one you scored, the one you conceded. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I thought I got to the ball first. It was one of those days that the ref gave a lot against us. And in the end, it didn't matter, so yeah, I'm happy.
I'm going to try one more question if your voice holds out. What can this do for England going forward? You've got a quarter-final in Miami against Norway to look forward to. What can the England fans look forward to now?
Well, just look out here. Incredible. Unbelievable support. Speechless. I can't even talk, so.
Go and rest that voice, rest up. Thanks, Harry.
He literally can't talk. The thing is, this has been described by the three of you, by Glenn Murphy on commentary, as one of the great England performances, one of the great England results. And the captain's interview afterwards, is going to go down.
But that sums it up. That sums up the absolute madness that's ensued over the last couple of hours. And what a man who's left it all on the line. That's a sign of someone who's a leader who's lived and breathed every single minute. I'm going to have to hold it together here. Otherwise, it's gone. Altitude did affect him in the end.
Yeah, well.
No, we hope Ben will be okay.
Yeah. Well, look, that's the other point.
The best interview I've ever seen.
Listen, you're right. It was thoroughly entertaining from Harry Kane. What he did start off by talking about though was Jordan Henderson. He says he's absolutely fine, but he did fall over the advertising boardings. That's what we think has happened, and it looked like he was getting some oxygen as he was being stretchered off the pitch. So we'll get an update on that. Harry Kane was saying he isn't too concerned at the moment about that injury, but obviously Harry Kane in the middle of absolute delight after that victory for England. We talked about how difficult it would have been for them, having gone down to 10 men in that game when Jerome Kwanzaa was sent off and correctly sent off.
Yeah, he got sent off for serious foul play, didn't he? I think he was unlucky because he actually got the ball, but it was the follow through as well. So it was a little bit unlucky. Wayne's exactly right. It could have been something that cost him, but in the end, it didn't.
I just think now the FIFA have set the precedent in terms of the Balogun situation, and he gets a suspended, 1 year suspended sentence, if you like, on his red card. So now, what's the reason that Kwanzaa shouldn't get that?
Well, the argument would be that Balogun's was a debatable red card, and it wasn't rescinded. You're right.
He hasn't taken the red card away, so they're saying he's guilty of an offence, but. It's now that's the question everyone's going to be asking if a player gets sent off.
It is, and it would be a fair question to ask. In terms of the penalty that England were awarded, any question at all about this decision? Was it about as clear-cut a penalty as you could imagine?
Long punt upfield. Don't even think Kane gets the knockdown, to be honest. Gordon's just so sharp. It's that little backward step from the goalkeeper, and he knows as soon as you go down rolling around pretending you're injured, you know you're in trouble. It's a tiny little back step, but it's Gordon who was excellent all night defensively and offensively. Look at that desire. He knows all he's got to do is get that little flick, beats him to the ball. Massive moment, especially if they've just had that sucker punch of getting the red card. And look at this guy. Look at this guy. Massive moment. You do not say that he's gone ridiculously early, flown at it. Brilliant penalty. What's a leader? What's a hero?
Okay, 6 goals now.
Yeah.
6 goals, one off the lead in the race for the Golden Boots. 3 players atop of that leaderboard, but Harry Kane will be chasing down Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi, and Kylian Mbappe. As we said beforehand, it's going to be some race.
I think it's Mbappe and Kane. I believe that's the final transfer to England. And yeah, hopefully Harry can take the Golden Boot and lead us to glory. So yeah, it will be fascinating.
So down to 10 men in the game, but England get the penalty and they go 3-1 up. And you think, all right, well they've maybe done enough. As we thought in the first half, England maybe have done enough in order to get through this game. And yet Mexico back in it, and it was a penalty that they took another look at. And we looked at the best side of Harry Kane. He was the player who conceded the penalty. Bit of discussion, and Alan Shearer not at all convinced that this was a penalty. What are your thoughts?
It's soft, isn't it? But he does kick his foot, so a penalty is probably the right decision. But not all contact is a penalty.
Well, I think Alan's point was he didn't feel that it was a clear and obvious error. And I know clear and obvious isn't in the wording anymore, but he said it wasn't a clear and obvious error enough to overturn it. That was his.
Well, I think on reflection, Harry's only argument was that he felt that he got the ball. Obviously, in the moment, he would have felt like he got the ball, but I think it's very clear that he didn't there. So once he sees it again, I'm sure he'll be completely fine with that as a penalty. And he'll be a whole lot more fine with it now it hasn't actually cost us.
We seen one last season at Everton. against Arsenal, which was not given and VAR looked in and he didn't give it, but then he said later on it should have been a penalty. He got that wrong, so I think it was a penalty.
Especially benefiting from Modric winning the Croatian game. It was very simple.
Okay, and then so it's 3-2 at this stage, and then Thomas Tuchel makes substitutions that at the time when you were thinking was maybe a bit early to start protecting that lead.
I did. I thought a little bit early to drop in and concede we're not going to have the ball at all. And I think Mexico, as good as we defended, Mexico played into our hands here in terms of just putting balls in the box.
And that tells you what England were doing from 70 minutes onwards.
That's what we have the Cardo defense.
No, but we defended the box brilliantly, but I think Mexico played into our hands and putting balls in the box and allowing it to head out or Pickford to come and punch and take the pressure off his teammates. But I think if Mexico played a little bit more around the box, made it more difficult that way, it made us try and get to the ball, it would have made it more difficult, and they lost patience, but we defended that.
Is that with the crowd way and getting on them? They just can't. They look like they lost all sense of what was going on, and like you say, played completely into England. If England could have set up a game plan against them once they made those changes, that's exactly what they would have wanted.
Yeah. But the subs made a difference, didn't they?
Yeah.
I thought Byrne was outstanding. John Stones, the composure he showed as well. Even Spence in them one-on-one situations. I probably agree with you in terms of it felt like it was a little bit early. But in the end, it worked.
Yeah.
And you can tell that chemistry with the team, no matter who plays, they're going to do a job for the team.
Sorry, just a quick note on Jed Spence, obviously. He took a lot of heat from the last game. Was he injured? Was he not injured? That was an incredible effort, what he put in for his team.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because today's game was a little bit different to what we've seen, certainly in the grouping against the Congo. And what Tuchel wanted him to do in terms of get up and down, I mean, you see him on the sideline shouting him to go. It wasn't that sort of game today. It was come on, keep your composure and deal with the wide areas, and he did that fantastic.
Big character, I'm really pleased.
But even at the end here, last 20 minutes, when what we've said with the team without the main games is when we open up defensively and we're in that position and we're not covering the space, we look easy to play against. But even this shows with 10 men, when you're compact, even if you're deep, it's so difficult for the opposition to break it down. So I think moving forward with 11 players, we need to just get that balance right. But I'm going a little bit negative, but the performance, we have to keep that and take it into the next few games.
Well,
we will need that.
You said before the game, communication. We did the analysis before. We communicated a lot better today, and they needed to. It felt like a big occasion, and the rose to it.
I just think it's interesting just to go back to the substitutions, because what Tuchel was praised for right at the start of the tournament against Croatia was making very positive, very attacking substitutions. Whereas in this one, he did the opposite. He made very defensive substitutions. He put pretty much every player behind the ball and said, right, we're 3-2 up, we're down to 10 men. We cannot lose this. It was a different approach.
That was an old school English mentality. You know, when you all look at each other and say, keep the spaces, stop the crosses, and when it comes in the box, bodies on the line. And fair play to him, because I think it was the right thing to do. It turned out in the end.
But just that in-game management, wasn't it? It's knowing when to, against Croatia, freshen up, bring new wingers on, and then today it was about, okay, let's defend our box. And that is ultimately the difference. Southgate we've mentioned, such a good job, but it's just these little details, and that could be the difference going forward.
10 goals for Jude Bellingham, now 7 of which have come at major tournaments, including 2 against Mexico. Here he is.
Jude, huge congratulations. What an effort from every single player on the team. What are your thoughts on what you and your teammates have just done out there?
Hard to gather it all together, really. With 10 men, defending like how we defended our box, clinical like we were in their box, big pressure moments that maybe in like years gone by, especially me watching as a fan as a little kid, probably would have crumbled, and this team stood together until the last second. The players who came on, the players who started running themselves into the ground, putting their body between everything. That's what this team's about.
What was it like being in that atmosphere, and also then when you were seeing some of those refereeing decisions, the adversity that England had to come up against?
Yeah, the atmosphere was by far the best I've ever experienced in international football. I think this country as a footballing country is just magnificent. The reception they had coming off the plane, although it was was hostile. It was just a beautiful thing to see in terms of how passionate one country can be about their team. And in terms of refereeing decisions, it is what it is. You know, in the World Cup, they're human as well. It's easier it is to say now. They're human. We made a lot more than they did. So yeah, no worries about it.
The 2 goals were inside 98 seconds, which were undoubtedly important. But was that clearance at the end of the first half as well, arguably just as important?
It could have been. Obviously at 2-1 the game was still there, especially when they scored. It felt like the stadium almost collapsed, so it was probably an important clearance, just as important as the goals. But you know, this thing is far bigger than me. It's the players who came on, like I said. It's the supporters who've come to Mexico and probably had a difficult journey, paid hard-earned money. This is a team, a whole country coming to Mexico.
What can this confidence and belief do for England going into what looks like an exciting quarter-final against Norway?
It's still one game at a time. You know, at the end of the day, it's still just a round of 16 to win. The quarter-final now, coming up against Norway, they pose a completely different threat. Some that we know really well, obviously some world-class players in there, so we'll have to be ready. But my God, if you come and enjoy a game like this just for one night, then I don't know what to worry.
Just one quick word on your friend Jordan Henderson. We saw him in what looked like quite a lot of distress at the end. How is he?
He's in a bit of bother, but our medical team have got everything under control. Probably not best to give too much detail around it. I wouldn't know too much going on, but yeah, everyone's there supporting him. That was really good to see.
Thanks, Jude. Please, you've got a voice, it's Harry.
Yeah, no, anything.
Yeah, we wish Jordan Henderson well in terms of his recovery. And as Jude Bellingham said, he's got the medical team with him, and they've got everything in hand. Jude Bellingham certainly had everything in hand as far as the game is concerned. I think what was interesting to see in terms of his performance was, we can look at the defensive side of it when we look at Mexico's goal, but if he gets these 2 really important goals, Wayne.
This is so good, the movement and the ability to see it as it's gone out wide and delay his run into the penalty box, and then just being that explosion from that movement to get into the penalty box and getting the end play was brilliant. And again here, obviously we win the ball back high up the pitch, and then as Joe said at half time, you expected Harry Kane to shoot, and then just that desire to get in the box on the end of things. And he's been fantastic this World Cup. He's been a leader. He's, you know, everything you want in a player from that position, helping out defensively. But you know, there was debate whether he should start and should play in this World Cup. But I think he's answered all our questions.
Just absolute superstar, isn't he? I mean, he always turns up, always gives 100%. Yeah, he's got that confidence that some might say is arrogance, but to be that type of player, you need that. That is the difference. And
What were you saying?
go up a level even more. I just love watching him. He's amazing.
While he went, just when you talk about the confidence, while he went out of his way to praise the England fans, to talk about the feeling of togetherness, to talk about the unity within the squad, he did also say that when he was a kid, that this England, or an England team that he watched when he was a kid, would have crumbled. So, just quick maths, 2018 when England reached the semi-finals, he'd have been 15. So I think he's talking about 2010 and 2014, and I didn't know if anybody wanted to say anything about that.
But we didn't crumble, we didn't turn up. He didn't do enough to crumble. So yeah, no, he's completely right. And you just hope, I think England's got a team, a togetherness, and I think the manager being very bold with his squad selection, and I think they've got everything in place now to go all the way, I believe. So we hope that they don't crumble.
One of the players that you've all singled out as having had a particularly good game, the whole squad had a good game in this match against Mexico, but one of the players we've singled out, Anthony Gordon, we can hear from him now.
Wow, Anthony, what a night for England. Have you had a chance to really process what you've just done out there?
I think it probably won't kick in until this evening, but just to celebrate like we just did, and with the fans up there, was once in a lifetime. We spoke about this game being a once in a lifetime opportunity, once in a lifetime atmosphere. It was also going to test us, and it did in the worst way possible, and we come through. I can't say any more about us.
Talk there about coming through it in the worst way possible. We spoke so much in the build-up about the altitude, the atmosphere. What was the reality like?
It was difficult. I think the travelling and stuff weren't great. The altitude for the first 20 minutes was difficult. Even in training yesterday, I felt it in my chest. So it was a bit worrying, but listen, we're good players. We've played at the top level. That's what we're paid to do, to handle these kind of situations. We've got the fans' expectations. They've travelled all this way. We're never going to let them down. We knew it would be tough, but big players, big moments.
A lot of people are saying that was your best performance of the tournament so far. You won the penalty as well. How did you feel out there and the impact that you had on the game, just like you did in the round of 16?
Good. I knew when we got a man sent off, I knew I'd have to be trustworthy. I knew I'd have to run more than ever. And I was happy to do so. I'm a player that I kind of want to be good at everything. I want to be whatever kind of game I'm in. I can, change my game. I can be good in any way, be effective in any way. Today, didn't touch the ball that much, I don't think, from what I remember, but I ran the block crosses, I defended, I won the pen. I tried to do my best for the team, and hopefully got done that.
Is this the England that we've all been desperate to see? Thomas Tuchel told us the further we went into the tournament, we'd see it. Are we starting to see it now?
I hope so. That's for you to say. We focus on the process. We focus on how we play, how we train. The outcome we can never control. Like the red card and stuff, we can never control things that happen to us. But we can control how we react. We can control how we train. We can control how together we are. And that's doing us well so far.
Thanks for your time.
And the other good thing about Anthony Gordon is, should he have needed to, he could have spoken to the Mexican players in Spanish. Because as we heard, when he moved to Barcelona, he's pretty much fluent now. Look, in terms of the performance, you've all said how well he played. What was it that impressed you about him?
Just thought everything about his game. He was a real threat with the ball. He was making runs in behind. He was driving with the ball, causing the Mexican defenders problems. And then his work rate as well. He's a player who does work both ways, and he's a player you need in this type of game, I feel.
I just thought tactically his jump was a lot better, when he's winning the ball back. And when you've got that competition with Rashford, you need a game where you can just say, I've arrived. He's had that moment within the tournament now. And don't forget, going to Barcelona, big pressure, when teams win that low block, he's saying he's not got a trick, that was a perfect game for him today.
Winning that penalty as well, just after Bonza got sent off, was a massive moment. He was so sharp, so switched on. He didn't let that red card cloud his judgment. That was a huge moment in the game.
I think there's been pressure on him as well coming into the tournament. The fact that obviously Barcelona have not taken Rashford, you don't know what's going to happen with that situation, but they've signed Anthony Gordon instead of Rashford, and there was pressure because people are saying, well, I think we should have signed Rashford instead of Anthony Gordon. So I think he had pressure coming into the tournament, and hopefully this game tonight can kickstart as well. Hopefully he can be someone who can actually lead us to something special.
Is it a straightforward choice for England wingers? Is it about Saka and Gordon and Madueke and Rashford? Is it about picking one on each side over the other, or picking the pair together? Or is it about the fact that they are going to, in these circumstances, have to use all four of them?
If England are going to go all the way, they all have to feature. They all have to play massive roles over the next 3 games, potentially 3 games. So I think obviously a lot will be made on who starts, but they're all fully aware they're going to be coming on and having massive parts to play.
Another player who had a great game for England this evening, having been criticised at times for the performance against DR Congo, but tonight it was Jordan Pickford. Let's see.
Well, Jordan, what a match. That's probably one that we're still going to talk about for years. I'm sure you'll never forget.
It was unreal. A lot of emotions, a lot of positives. Showing resilience, showing character. It was just, it wasn't pretty at times. In the first half, it was pretty. Then 2 goals from Jordan was special. Then they get back in the game, and we get a penalty with HK scoring, and then they get back in the game. It just had everything that puts you on the edge of the seat. That's what football's all about. And it's not pretty at times, but it shows our togetherness, and it was a special night.
As you said there, Jude and Harry will probably get some of the headlines, but you as well told me recently that you thrive when you get to the knockouts. Did we see that tonight?
Yeah, I think you see the version that I set myself and the standard I set myself tonight, and producing saves and big moments and decision making and moments coming for crosses. I thought it was the standard that I set myself, and that's where I aim to be all the time, and keep improving on that, and calling upon big moments and big times. That's where I am.
Joe Hart's in our studio, and I know he's been waxing lyrical about just how good you were. Those saves, particularly at the end of the first half, and he's also noticed how you started to come for the ball more, particularly when you went down to 10 men, the responsibility that you almost took on your shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I've got to do. I'm one of the most experienced lads in the group, and when called upon, you've got to roll your sleeves up, and I think I've always done that. I've always had that fight in me, that passion and that pride that I'll always have on the shirt, and yeah, it was a great game for me, and that's a stand itself, and it was decent.
And that is a perfect ending, Jordan. Thanks so much, well done.
It was decent. I'm not not doing the impression. Just so you know, we're hanging on until we hear from Thomas Tuchel, so we'll get that to you before we go.
For 7 hours?
Listen, you got an England win in a tricky game against Mexico. Stop whining.
I love it, really.
There's people who've got to get up and go to work in the morning. This is a big...
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I'm for the Spain game tonight.
If you do have to get up for work in the morning, then you might want to do the Harry Kane and start phoning your boss and getting the messages ready with the Harry Kane loss of voice. A little bit of a tickle in the throat. And plenty of kids, I think, will be going to school a little bit late in the morning. Jordan Pickford, was it decent?
First of all, Jordan, tell him, lad. It was decent. It was an incredible performance. So pleased for him. Love seeing the energy in his eyes there at the end of that game. He has loved every single moment of this trip to Mexico. I mean, he's been sensational. First of all, he's making the saves. He's a top goalkeeper. He's made them all season. We've seen him make save of the season. I think up at Newcastle, he's fully capable of it. But what else he brought to the game? This little knuckle, little fingertips, they make such a difference. Coming out, making those decisions, he was absolutely brilliant. And when England made that decision down to 10 men, we're going to defend with our lives, Jordan Pickford led. I mean, he's had so many caps, he's one of the top men. This is right at the very end. Nothing better than getting that touch, that big punch towards the end of the game. And he deserves to be on the floor celebrating with his team there, because he's played a starring role yet again in a knockout game for England.
He does seem to have an infectious energy, Jordan Pickford. Michael, why are you smiling? Is that because you identify with it?
Yes, I do. I love positivity. I just love it. I love people who are positive, and yeah, some people might say it's over the top at times, but then I just love to see people doing well and working hard, and that positive energy rubs up on others as well.
And how can you not love Jordan? Because you know full well if he wasn't an England footballer, if he wasn't up to that quality, he'd be in the booze until 5 now, watching him and supporting him with 3 lions on his chest. Because he's that kind of guy. But
that's not what I thought. That's
it's true. It's true. He's a brilliant lad. He's a top lad. He doesn't hide who he is. You know, he's a tough lad from Sunderland who loves going in goal and putting it all out on the line. And he's done that for his country.
He'd be there with all of the fans, the passionate fans who are there. He'd be there in the middle of it. Oh, but it just shows how brutal football is, because Jordan Pickford for England over the last 8 years, I think it is, has been incredible. And then he had maybe 1.5 shaky games, and then there's questions about him. It just shows how brutal football is, but he's responded with a fantastic performance.
Yeah, he's been so important for England, and particularly, I mean, look, not keeping clean sheets this evening, but he's been so pulled up saves that have kept England not just in that game, but in this tournament, and progressing to the quarterfinals where they will play Norway. Thoughts on England against Norway? Let's start looking ahead.
That kicks off in 20 minutes, you know.
Norway beat Brazil last week, and they're kind of into the quarterfinals. Look, if we can beat Brazil, and I know Brazil are not a classic Brazil side, and they didn't play particularly well, but if you can beat Brazil, you've got a chance.
I think the only team who really worry me are France, because they're so dynamic on transition. I feel as though if England play like
you think
that...
England get to the final and then...
No, because things can happen, red cards or whatever, injuries, we all know that can happen. But I feel there was something in that performance. Croatia, second half, today, not just played well, it was more the spirit and determination. That's what I liked about the performance today. So, yeah, every team, Haaland against Brazil today, well, scored another 2 goals. And, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but it was more the spirit I was impressed with.
Micah, what are we waiting for?
Thomas.
Here he is.
Go on, lad.
Thomas, I almost don't know where to start. What a match, but you must be one incredibly proud manager.
He was frustrated as well, you could tell.
The team has heart and the team has belief. Then it's this team, they did it on pure will.
He was
pure will.
Yeah,
no words. I mean, that's iconic match, an iconic stadium, and we overcome so much adversity today. Full credit. Very proud.
Is that almost what impresses you most, in that intense atmosphere, that his hostility, that blow after blow, England kept coming back?
Yeah, I didn't feel it hostile. I found it more like cheering and emotional, but not really hostile. But of course, like you were close to the bench now, when the national anthem was unbelievable, and then when they had chances and they scored their goal, we were aware of that. But we just refused to give in. We refused to give in on a level that is absolutely admirable.
What did you make of some of the refereeing decisions?
It's just not good enough. Referees are just not good enough. Force officials are just not good enough. That's the bottom line. VAR today, I think did I see that right? That 3 people at the VAR from South America in a match like this. I think so. I saw this before the match. I might be, but if this is what I saw, if this is correct, it's just VAR overturns. Is this a clear and obvious error for the mistake, for the penalty, for sure not. VAR gets involved. He didn't even give the foul. He didn't even overturn a yellow into a red. They overturn the situation where he doesn't even give a foul. Referee is not good enough. Force officials are not good enough.
Focusing on the positives, I'm sure you want to call out most of the players on the pitch. Harry and Jude will get the headlines, but word on the performance of Anthony Gordon as well.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant today, and everyone. I mean, the guys from the bench were just amazing again. But yeah, it's not worth it to mention individual names. Like everyone is exhausted, and everyone knows that they won a crazy match of football in a crazy atmosphere, and we were up against all odds, and even during the match, I mean, in the end it was 11 minutes, and he gives another 2 corners to make it 12 minutes. No, everything went against us, and we just refused to give him.
Is this more of the England that you promised us that we'd see now?
No, because I think we can play much better, and there's a lot we can do better, but it's like there's still a disconnect from us, from the distortion of us that I see to what we actually put on the pitch in terms of football performance, in terms of ball possession, finding spaces. There's still a disconnect. There's no disconnect in committing and doing what is needed to overcome anything that is thrown to this team. I think it's a team that everyone can be really proud of.
Just quickly, how's your Henderson?
Not good, not good. I mean, this is the next thing. We have right defender now with the red card, and Jordan just fell over. He injured his wrist. It looks really bad.
We wish him all the best. Thanks for your time.
Well, look, Thomas Tuchel did focus on the positives as far as his team was concerned, so there's a lot to like about that team. Things to work on, as managers will always say. But interesting that he went in hard on the referees, particularly on the VAR, who are South American, Colombian, Chilean, Venezuelan, and was unhappy that they were refereeing a game which involved a Central American team in Mexico. Particularly when I don't think any of you thought that any of the decisions were particularly wrong.
No, I think he's got that wrong. I don't know why he's gone so hard on that after such an impressive performance against all odds. I get it in terms of what's gone on, going against the red card and the penalties, but I don't think they were poor decisions. I think they were decent, they were good decisions in the end.
Strangely flat note to end what was overall a really good night for England.
Yeah, but I think in terms of what he said, he's honest, isn't he? We might not like what he said in terms of the decisions. I agree with Joe. I think the referees got the decisions right. You could argue maybe the penalty. I know Alan in comms was saying he didn't think it was a penalty, but maybe it was. I don't mind that. I don't mind. He's sort of creating us versus the world.
It's a long game. It was an exhausting game.
The best at doing that, what he's doing is he's creating evidence against us, and Jose Mourinho used to do it all the time, and that's exactly what he's doing. Because I think that was calculated, because he didn't need to do that.
Correct.
So that's very calculated, and I think he's trying to create everyone against us.
Wait, Joe, Micah, you're done. Go home. Leave us alone. Go home. Dirty stop that for a lot of people. Mexico waved goodbye to the World Cup for another year. But England will play Norway next in the quarterfinals in Miami. Nice. Bye-bye.
This is just the beginning.